Hello, my dear sleepy listener. Welcome to Sleepy Crown, where history's quiet tales gently carry you into dreamland. Tonight, we embark on a peaceful journey through the life of Geoffrey, Archbishop of York, a remarkable figure who lived from around 1152 to 1212 during one of England's most dramatic periods. We'll softly explore his journey from illegitimate birth in the shadow of the Plantagenet throne to his childhood raised among princes and princesses in the royal court, to his military triumphs as a young commander who captured a Scottish king in battle, to his long years as Bishop-elect of Lincoln without ever being consecrated, to his tumultuous decades as England's second most powerful churchman, constantly at war with cathedral canons, rival archbishops, suffragan bishops, and even his own royal half-brothers, all while the mighty Angevin Empire rose and fell around him, while crusades were launched, while Thomas Becket's martyrdom still echoed through the realm, while the great questions of church and state were fought over in council chambers and on battlefields. Before you drift away into peaceful slumber, please take a moment to like this video. Leave a gentle comment about which medieval figure you'd like to hear about next, and subscribe to keep these soothing historical tales coming your way. So cozy up, close your eyes, and let these gentle whispers from the 12th century lull you into restful sleep. If you're new here, welcome to the Sleepy Crown family. Geoffrey, later known as Geoffrey, Archbishop of York, was born into a world where legitimacy meant everything. Yet he would prove that blood alone could not determine a man's worth. Born around the year 1152, in the early days of the Plantagenet dynasty, Geoffrey entered the world bearing the weight of illegitimacy, a burden that would shape every aspect of his life, every decision he would make, every relationship he would have. He was the natural son of Henry II, the first Plantagenet king of England, a man whose vast Angevin empire stretched from the windswept Scottish borders all the way to the sun-drenched foothills of the Pyrenees. But Geoffrey's mother remained shrouded in mystery, her identity lost to the mists of time, leaving us with only whispers and speculation about the woman who bore a king's child. The exact season of Geoffrey's birth is not recorded in any surviving chronicle. We do not know whether he was born in spring, when the English countryside was covered in wildflowers and the air was sweet with the scent of blossoms, or in winter, when frost covered the ground and the days were short and dark. We do not know whether his mother labored in a castle chamber with midwives attending her, or in some humbler dwelling. We do not know whether his father the king was present at his birth, or even aware of it at the time. All we know for certain is that around the year 1152, somewhere within the territories controlled by Henry Plantagenet, a woman gave birth to a boy child who would one day become one of medieval England's most controversial archbishops. The year of Geoffrey's birth was a time of momentous change across England and its continental possessions. His father, Henry Plantagenet, had recently ascended to the English throne after years of bitter civil war, the period known to history as the Anarchy, when Stephen of Blois and Empress Matilda had torn the kingdom apart in their struggle for the crown, had finally ended with Henry's coronation in December of 1154. Actually, we must pause and clarify here, for the chronology is important to understanding Geoffrey's place in his family. If Geoffrey was indeed born around 1152, then he was born before his father became king, during the tumultuous final years of the Civil War, when Henry was still fighting to secure his inheritance. Let us step back further to understand the world into which Geoffrey was born. England in the early 1150s was a realm exhausted by nearly 2 decades of civil war. King Henry III had died in 1135, and although he had forced his barons to swear to support his daughter Matilda as his successor, many of them broke their oaths when Henry died. They supported instead Stephen of Blois, Henry III's nephew, who seized the throne with remarkable speed. Matilda, who had been married to the Holy Roman Emperor and was known as the Empress, refused to accept this usurpation. She gathered her supporters, and England descended into chaos. The civil war that followed was brutal. Contemporary chronicles speak of a time when Christ and his saints slept, a time when the normal order of society broke down completely. Barons built unauthorized castles throughout the countryside and used them as bases to terrorize the surrounding population. They extorted money from villagers, kidnapped wealthy merchants for ransom, and fought private wars against their neighbors. The king's justice, which was supposed to maintain order, became meaningless. Trade declined, agriculture suffered, and ordinary people lived in fear. One chronicler wrote that men said openly that Christ and his saints were asleep. Into this disordered world came Henry Plantagenet, the son of Matilda and Geoffrey of Anjou. Born in 1133, Henry grew up during the Civil War, spending much of his childhood in Normandy and Anjou, while his mother fought for the English crown. He was taught from an early age that England was his birthright, that his grandfather's throne had been stolen, that it was his destiny to reclaim what was rightfully his. And Henry was a remarkable young man, energetic, intelligent, ruthlessly ambitious. He inherited his mother's determination and his father's military skill, and he combined these with a personal magnetism that drew followers to his cause. By the time Henry was in his late teens, he was already leading military expeditions to England, trying to support his mother's faltering cause. The Civil War had ground into stalemate by then, with neither Stephen nor Matilda able to achieve decisive victory. The kingdom was divided, with different regions supporting different claimants, and the fighting dragged on year after year with no end in sight. Henry's early expeditions achieved little. He was young, inexperienced, short of money and men, but he was learning, watching, planning for the day when he would have the resources to make a serious bid for the throne. Then, in 1152, everything changed. That year, Henry's father, Geoffrey of Anjou, died suddenly in September. Henry inherited Normandy, Anjou, Maine, and Touraine, vast territories that made him one of the most powerful nobles in France. He was 19 years old, Duke of Normandy and Count of Anjou, and he now had the resources to pursue his claim to England in earnest. But before he could launch his invasion, he made a decision that would reshape the political geography of Western Europe. He married Eleanor of Aquitaine. Eleanor's story is one of the most remarkable of the entire medieval period. Born around 1122, she was the eldest daughter and heiress of William X, Duke of Aquitaine. When her father died in 1137, Eleanor inherited the Duchy of Aquitaine, one of the largest and wealthiest territories in France. She was 15 years old and suddenly one of the most eligible heiresses in Christendom. Within months, she was married to Louis VII, who had just become King of France. For 15 years, Eleanor was Queen of France, but the marriage was not happy. Louis was pious, ascetic, and serious. Everything that the vivacious, cultured Eleanor was not. She accompanied him on the Second Crusade, where their relationship deteriorated further. Rumors spread of Eleanor's inappropriate behavior, though most of these were probably exaggerated or invented by hostile chroniclers. By 1152, it was clear the marriage had failed. Most critically, Eleanor had given Louis only daughters, and the French succession required sons. Louis sought an annulment from the Pope, claiming that he and Eleanor were too closely related. They were fourth cousins, and the medieval church took consanguinity very seriously. The Pope granted the annulment in March 1152, and Eleanor's marriage to Louis was dissolved. She was 30 years old, recently divorced, and she still held Aquitaine in her own right. She was once again the most desirable heiress in Europe. Just 8 weeks after her annulment, in May 1152, Eleanor married Henry Plantagenet. The marriage was shocking. Eleanor was a decade older than Henry. She had just been the Queen of France, and the marriage was made without seeking permission from Louis, Eleanor's feudal overlord for her French territories. Louis was furious, seeing it as both a personal betrayal and a political disaster. In one stroke, Henry had acquired Eleanor's vast territories, roughly doubling his land holdings and making him far more powerful than the French king himself. The marriage would have profound consequences for the next 3 centuries of European history, setting up the conflicts that would eventually lead to the 100 Years' War. And it is in this context that Geoffrey was born. If he was indeed born around 1152, he may have been conceived before Henry married Eleanor, perhaps even before the annulment was finalized, or he may have been conceived in the very earliest days of Henry and Eleanor's marriage, the product of an affair that Henry was conducting even as he prepared for or celebrated his wedding. We cannot know with certainty, but the timing suggests that Geoffrey was either the last child of Henry's bachelorhood or the first evidence of his marital infidelity. The identity of Geoffrey's mother has puzzled historians for centuries, and we must examine the evidence, such as it is, with care. The most commonly cited name comes from Walter Map, a medieval chronicler who wrote extensively about the Plantagenet court later in the century. Map was a clerk in the royal administration, a man who would have had access to court gossip and inside information. He was also a talented writer, author of a work called De Nugis Curialium, or Courtiers' Trifles, which was filled with scandalous stories about the great and powerful. In his writings, Map claimed that Geoffrey's mother was a woman named Iceni, whom he described in the most unflattering terms imaginable as a common prostitute, a woman of the lowest character. He wrote that she was a base-born, common harlot, who stooped to all uncleanness. These are harsh words, the kind of character assassination that would destroy a person's reputation completely. But we must approach Map's account with considerable skepticism. Map was known for his sharp tongue and his willingness to spread malicious gossip. More importantly, he was openly hostile to Geoffrey, bearing some personal grudge that coloured all his writings about the Archbishop. When an ancient source is so obviously biased, we must question whether we are getting history or propaganda. The name Iceni itself is unusual, and it has led to some interesting speculation. Some scholars have suggested that it might not be a personal name at all, but rather a corruption or derivation of a place name. Specifically, they point to Aquigny, a location in Normandy where the Clifford family held lands. If Iceni is indeed derived from Aquigny, then perhaps Geoffrey's mother was connected to the Clifford family in some way. This connection becomes more interesting when we consider the second theory about Geoffrey's mother, that she might have been Rosamund Clifford. Rosamund Clifford is one of the most famous figures in medieval English legend. Known as Fair Rosamund for her exceptional beauty, she was reputed to be Henry II's most beloved mistress in the later years of his reign. The legends that grew up around her are fantastical. Stories of secret passages, hidden bowers, Eleanor discovering her and poisoning her. Most of these stories are certainly fictional, but we do know that Rosamund existed and that she was Henry's mistress. She died in 1176 and was buried at Godstow Abbey near Oxford, where Henry endowed the abbey generously in her memory. Could Rosamund have been Geoffrey's mother? The evidence is circumstantial but intriguing. In 1191, decades after Rosamund's death, Archbishop Geoffrey flew into a rage when he learned that the shrine to Rosamond at Godstow Abbey had been destroyed on the orders of Hugh of Lincoln, the bishop who believed it was inappropriate to honour a woman who had lived in sin with the king. Geoffrey's fury at this action seemed excessive if Rosamond was merely his father's mistress, but if she was his mother, his anger becomes much more understandable. What son would not be outraged to learn that his mother's memorial had been desecrated? Throughout his life, Geoffrey showed unusual fondness for Godstow Abbey. He visited it repeatedly, made donations to it, and even attempted during his time as Archbishop to add another priory to its endowment. This consistent interest in an abbey that was particularly associated with Rosamond Clifford suggests some personal connection. Additionally, there is the curious case of William Longespae, who was widely believed to be another of Henry's illegitimate children, and who some sources claim was Rosamond's son. William, in 1228, attempted to claim lands near a place called Akeny, possibly Aquinyi, which might suggest a family connection to the same place that may have given us the name Iceni. Yet despite these tantalizing hints, we must acknowledge that the evidence remains frustratingly incomplete. We cannot say with certainty that Rosamond was Geoffrey's mother. The timeline is problematic. If Geoffrey was born around 1152, he would have been born before Henry became famous enough to attract the attention of a woman from a knightly family like the Cliffords. Rosamond's relationship with Henry seems to have begun in the 1160s, when the king was established and powerful, not in the early 1150s, when he was still fighting for his throne. Of course, it's possible that their relationship began earlier than our sources indicate, or that Rosamond had a relationship with Henry, bore him a child, and then was separated from him for years before they reunited later. But this requires us to speculate beyond what the evidence actually tells us. There are other possibilities that various historians have suggested over the centuries. Perhaps Geoffrey's mother was a Welsh hostage, women from noble Welsh families who were held at Henry's court as surety for their family's good behaviour. Perhaps she was a servant, or the daughter of a servant at one of Henry's castles. Perhaps she was, as Map claimed, a prostitute whom Henry encountered during his travels. Perhaps she was the daughter of a knight, a respectable woman from a good family who had an affair with the future king. We simply do not know, and after more than 800 years, we likely never will. What we do know with somewhat more certainty is that Geoffrey had at least one maternal half-brother named Peter. This Peter is mentioned in medieval sources as Geoffrey's half-brother, though whether he was a maternal or paternal half-brother is not entirely clear. One historian explicitly identifies him as Geoffrey's maternal half-brother, which would mean he was the son of Geoffrey's mother by a different father. But we know nothing else about this Peter, not when he was born, not what he did with his life, not when he died. He appears in the historical record merely as a name, a shadowy figure who confirms that Geoffrey's mother had other children, but tells us nothing more. What we can say with certainty is that King Henry II never doubted that Geoffrey was his son. There is no record of Henry ever questioning Geoffrey's paternity, no hint that he thought the boy might have been fathered by someone else. From the moment Geoffrey was presented to him as his son, Henry accepted him as such. This is important, because medieval nobles were quite capable of rejecting children they suspected were not their own. Accusations of illegitimacy were common weapons in dynastic disputes, but no one, not even Henry's enemies, ever suggested that Geoffrey was not truly Henry's son. The king's acceptance of the boy seems to have been unquestioned. We can also say with reasonable confidence that Geoffrey was probably born before Henry married Eleanor of Aquitaine. The medieval chronicler Gerald of Wales, another contemporary source, states that Geoffrey was barely 20 years old when he was elected Bishop of Lincoln in 1173. If we take this literally, Geoffrey would have been born in 1152 or early 1153. Henry married Eleanor in May 1152, so a birth in 1152 would likely have preceded the marriage. This chronology matters because it affects how we understand Geoffrey's place in the family. If he was born before Henry married Eleanor, then he was conceived during Henry's bachelor years, the product of a relationship that preceded the great dynastic marriage. This makes the circumstances of his birth somewhat less scandalous than if he had been conceived after Henry was married to Eleanor. There is even a suggestion in some sources that Geoffrey may have been the eldest of all Henry's children, legitimate or illegitimate. Henry's first legitimate child with Eleanor was William, born in August 1153. If Geoffrey was born in 1152, he would indeed be older than William. This would make Geoffrey the firstborn son of Henry II, though his illegitimacy would forever bar him from the succession. We can imagine how this might have shaped Geoffrey's psychology, to be the eldest son, the firstborn, and yet to know that he could never inherit, that his younger, legitimate half-brothers would always take precedence over him, no matter what his personal qualities might be. When Geoffrey was approximately 3 years old, around 1155, his mother brought him to the royal court to present him to his father. This journey would have been a significant undertaking, whether it was a short trip from a nearby manor or a longer journey from more distant parts of Henry's domains. A woman travelling with a young child would have needed to make careful preparations, arranging for transportation, securing lodgings along the way, perhaps bringing a wet nurse or servant to help care for the boy. The journey might have taken days or even weeks, depending on where she was travelling from and the conditions of the roads. We can imagine her anxiety as she approached the royal court. Would the king acknowledge her son? Would he accept the boy as his own? Or would he turn them away, deny any responsibility, leave them to whatever fate awaited an unwed mother and her bastard child? In medieval society, the stigma of illegitimacy was severe. A woman who bore a child outside of marriage was considered shameful, her child forever marked as a bastard, both of them subject to social ostracism and economic hardship. Everything depended on the father's willingness to acknowledge the child. When she arrived at court, whether it was at one of Henry's English castles or at his continental strongholds, she would have had to navigate the complex protocols of royal access. She could not simply walk up to the king and present him with his son. She would have needed to approach through intermediaries, perhaps through someone who knew the king personally, or through officials who controlled access to the royal presence. She would have waited, perhaps for days, while her request for an audience was considered. And then, finally, she would have been brought before Henry II, with her 3-year-old son in tow. Henry, at this point in his life, was a young man in his early 20s, newly crowned as King of England, still consolidating his power after the long civil war. He was vigorous, energetic, constantly in motion. Contemporary descriptions tell us that he was of medium height, powerfully built, with reddish hair and grey eyes. He had a fierce intelligence, a phenomenal memory, and an explosive temper. He was educated, speaking Latin fluently, and knowing several other languages. He was also, by all accounts, highly sexed, with a robust appetite for women that would lead him to father numerous illegitimate children over the course of his life. When this woman presented him with young Geoffrey, Henry looked at the boy and saw, what? His own features, perhaps, reflected in the child's face. A recognition of responsibility, an acknowledgement that this was indeed his son. Whatever passed through Henry's mind in that moment, he made a decision that would shape Geoffrey's entire life. He recognized the boy as his son. he took him into the royal household. From that moment forward, Geoffrey would be raised alongside Henry's legitimate children, given the same education, the same opportunities to prove himself worthy of his royal blood. This was an extraordinary privilege for a bastard child. Many illegitimate offspring of nobles were simply ignored, left to be raised by their mothers with perhaps a small pension or grant of land to support them. Others were acknowledged but kept at a distance, never fully integrated into their father's household. But Henry chose to bring Geoffrey into the heart of the royal family, to raise him as a prince in all but name. This decision tells us something about Henry's character. He was a man who accepted his responsibilities, even the irregular ones. It also tells us that Henry saw something in young Geoffrey, some quality or potential that made the king believe this boy was worth the investment of time and resources. Of course, Henry's decision to bring Geoffrey into the royal household created immediate complications. Eleanor of Aquitaine, Henry's queen, was pregnant with, or had recently given birth to their second son, Henry, who would later be known as the young king. The queen now found herself confronted with the reality of her husband's previous, or perhaps concurrent, relationship with another woman, embodied in the person of a 3-year-old boy who would now live at court alongside her own children. What did Eleanor think of this arrangement? What did she say to Henry about it? In the privacy of their chambers, did she protest, argue, rage against the public acknowledgement of her husband's infidelity? Or did she accept it with pragmatic resignation, understanding that this was simply the way of powerful men in their world? The historical record is silent on Eleanor's reaction. We have no letters, no chronicles, no evidence at all of what she thought about Geoffrey's presence at court. This silence might mean that she accepted it without unusual protest, or it might simply mean that no one thought her opinion worth recording. Medieval chronicles were written almost entirely by men, often clerics, who rarely bothered to document women's feelings about anything. But we can make some educated guesses based on what we know of Eleanor's character and the customs of her time. Eleanor was one of the most sophisticated, worldly women of her age. She had been married before to the King of France, and she knew well that powerful men took mistresses and fathered bastards. Her own father, William X of Aquitaine, had done so. Louis VII, her first husband, had probably done so as well, though he was too pious to be flagrant about it. Eleanor herself was rumoured to have had affairs, though most of these rumours were probably false, spread by her enemies. She was not naive about the realities of aristocratic marriage. Love, in royal marriages, was considered a pleasant bonus, but certainly not a requirement. These marriages were political alliances, business arrangements, dynastic mergers. Fidelity was expected of wives to ensure the legitimacy of heirs, but husbands were given considerably more latitude. So Eleanor may have simply accepted Geoffrey's presence as an unfortunate fact of life, something to be endured, but not worth fighting over. She had her own children to think about, her own position to protect. Making a scene over Henry's bastard son would accomplish nothing except to create tension with her husband and draw unwanted attention to his infidelity. Better to ignore the boy, to focus on her legitimate sons, to maintain her dignity and not let anyone see that she was bothered by the situation. Or perhaps, and this is speculation, but interesting speculation, Eleanor saw Geoffrey as less of a threat than Henry's legitimate sons would later prove to be. An illegitimate son could never threaten her son's inheritance. The crown, the titles, the lands, all would go to her boys, not to this bastard. In some ways, Geoffrey's illegitimacy protected Eleanor's interests. He could never be a rival to the young Henry, to Richard, to Geoffrey, Duke of Brittany, to John. He would always be secondary, subordinate. no matter how talented or capable he might prove to be. From this perspective, allowing Geoffrey at court might have seemed harmless enough. Whatever Eleanor thought, Geoffrey was accepted into the royal nursery, and he grew up alongside the legitimate princes and princesses of the Plantagenet dynasty. He would have been cared for by the same nurses and servants who cared for Eleanor's children. He would have slept in the same chambers, eaten at the same tables, played the same games. The royal children moved frequently, as the court itself was constantly travelling from one residence to another. Henry believed in keeping his nobles off balance and his realm under close supervision, so he never stayed in one place for long. The children might be at Windsor Castle 1 month, at a manor in Normandy the next, then at Chinon, or Angers, or Rouen. They travelled with an enormous household, servants, teachers, guards, courtiers, moving through the medieval landscape in a colourful, chaotic procession. And so, Geoffrey grew up in the royal household, educated alongside his half-siblings in the ways of nobility. The education of a medieval prince was comprehensive and demanding, designed to produce a man capable of ruling, fighting, and managing the complex affairs of a great estate or kingdom. Geoffrey would have begun his formal education around the age of 7, when boys were traditionally considered ready to start serious learning. His first lessons would have been in Latin, the universal language of educated people throughout medieval Europe. Latin was the language of the church, of government, of scholarship. All important documents were written in Latin. All religious services were conducted in Latin. All theological and philosophical works were in Latin. A boy who could not read and write Latin was considered illiterate, no matter what vernacular languages he might speak. Geoffrey would have spent hours each day memorizing Latin grammar, conjugating verbs, declining nouns, learning the proper construction of sentences. He would have read the works of classical authors, Virgil, Cicero, Seneca, absorbing their elegant prose and their pagan wisdom. He would have read the Bible, the works of the Church Fathers, the theological treatises that explained Christian doctrine. The teaching methods of the medieval period would seem harsh by modern standards. Education was based largely on rote memorization, with students reciting their lessons over and over until they had them by heart. Mistakes were punished, often physically. Teachers carried rods or switches, and they did not hesitate to use them on students who failed to learn their lessons or who misbehaved in class. Geoffrey would have felt the sting of a tutor's switch across his knuckles, or his backside, would have learned to associate education with discipline and pain as well as with enlightenment. But Latin was only the beginning. Geoffrey would also have been taught arithmetic and geometry, the mathematical sciences that were considered essential for a nobleman. He would need to understand numbers to manage estates, to calculate taxes and revenues, to keep accounts. He would have learned using an abacus, the calculating device that was standard throughout medieval Europe, moving beads along rods to perform addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. He would have learned about weights and measures, about coinage and currency exchange, about the practical mathematics of trade and commerce. He would have been taught history, learning about the great kings and emperors of the past, about the rise and fall of Rome, about Charlemagne and the founding of the Holy Roman Empire, about the Norman conquest of England and how his own family had come to power. History, in the medieval understanding, was not just about knowing what had happened, but about learning moral lessons from the past. Historical figures were presented as examples of virtue or vice, and students were expected to learn from their triumphs and failures. Geoffrey would have studied theology and philosophy, learning the intricate arguments about the nature of God, the problem of evil, the relationship between faith and reason. He would have been taught about the sacraments of the Church, about sin and salvation, about the lives of saints and martyrs. He would have learned the proper forms of prayer, the correct way to observe religious festivals, the rituals and ceremonies that structured medieval Christian life. Even though Geoffrey was destined for an ecclesiastical career, even though he would eventually become an archbishop, there is little evidence that he was particularly pious or spiritually inclined. But he would have received a thorough grounding in religious knowledge, because this was simply part of what every educated person was expected to know. He would also have been trained in rhetoric and logic, learning how to construct arguments, how to debate, how to persuade others through the skillful use of words. Medieval education placed great emphasis on these skills, because nobles were expected to be able to speak eloquently in councils and assemblies, to argue cases before judges, to negotiate treaties and alliances. Geoffrey would have participated in formal disputations, academic exercises where students would debate propositions, attacking and defending arguments according to strict logical rules. These exercises train the mind to think systematically, to analyze arguments for weaknesses, to construct careful reasoning. But a prince's education was not limited to books and classrooms. Geoffrey would also have been trained extensively in the martial arts, learning the skills of warfare that were essential for any medieval nobleman. From a young age, he would have been taught to ride horses, starting with ponies and graduating to the powerful war horses that knights rode into battle. Riding was not just about sitting on a horse. It was a complex skill that required balance, timing, and courage. Medieval war horses were trained to be aggressive, to kick and bite at enemies, to charge into the chaos of battle without flinching. Learning to control such an animal while wearing heavy armor and carrying weapons required years of practice. Geoffrey would have been taught to use weapons: the sword, the lance, the mace, the dagger. He would have spent countless hours practicing sword strokes, learning the proper stance, the correct angle of attack, the way to parry an opponent's blow. He would have practiced mounted combat, learning to couch a lance properly and charge at a target, developing the strength and skill needed to strike an enemy while thundering past at full gallop. He would have learned to fight in armor, feeling the weight and restriction of chainmail and later of plate armor, learning how to move effectively despite the encumbrance. Medieval combat training was dangerous. Boys were injured regularly in training, sometimes seriously. Swords, even practice swords, could break bones or cut flesh. Falling from a horse could result in concussions or broken limbs, but this was considered an acceptable risk, even a necessary one. A knight who had not been trained from childhood, who did not have years of practice behind him, stood little chance of surviving actual combat. The training had to be rigorous and realistic, even if that meant occasional injuries. Geoffrey would also have been trained in hunting, which was both a sport and a form of military training in the medieval period. Noblemen hunted with hawks and hounds, chasing deer, boar, and other game through forests and fields. Hunting taught many useful skills: riding at speed through difficult terrain, tracking prey, coordinating with others in pursuit of a common goal. It also provided fresh meat for the table and was considered one of the primary pleasures of aristocratic life. Geoffrey, according to one later account, would tell the clergyman who came to elect him Archbishop of York that he was fonder of dogs and hawks than of books and priests. Whether or not he actually said this, the anecdote suggests that Geoffrey enjoyed the physical, outdoor activities of noble life more than he enjoyed scholarly or spiritual pursuits. He would have been taught courtly manners and etiquette, learning the elaborate codes of behavior that governed interactions among the nobility. He would have learned how to address people of different ranks, how to conduct himself at formal dinners, how to participate in the various ceremonies and rituals of court life. He would have learned the rules of courtly love, the stylized form of flirtation and romance that was fashionable among the aristocracy. He would have learned to play musical instruments, to sing, perhaps to compose poetry. He would have been taught to play chess and backgammon, the games that noble men and women used to pass their leisure time. And through all of this education, Geoffrey would have been constantly aware of his peculiar position in the family. He was being raised as a prince, but he was not truly a prince. He had the education, the training, the lifestyle of royalty, but he lacked the one thing that really mattered: legitimacy. His half-siblings, the legitimate children of Henry and Eleanor, would inherit lands, titles, kingdoms. But what would Geoffrey inherit? His father could provide for him, could grant him lands and revenues, could appoint him to high office, but he could never give Geoffrey the one thing that a bastard son most desired: the right to be treated as a full equal to his legitimate brothers. We can only imagine what this did to Geoffrey's psychology as he grew up. He would have seen his half-brother Henry, just a few years younger than himself, treated as the heir apparent, groomed to be king. He would have watched as Richard was given Aquitaine, as Geoffrey, Duke of Brittany, was betrothed to the heiress of that duchy, as even baby John was promised important territories. And what was Geoffrey promised? A career in the church, not because he had shown any particular religious vocation, not because he had expressed any desire to be a priest or bishop, but simply because this was the convenient solution to the problem of what to do with a royal bastard. The medieval church offered opportunities for advancement that could rival even the highest secular positions. A talented, well-connected young man might rise to become a bishop, an archbishop, even a cardinal or pope. These positions came with enormous wealth, significant political power, and high social status. But they also required celibacy, obedience to the church hierarchy, and at least a nominal commitment to spiritual values. For Geoffrey, who seems to have been more interested in dogs and hawks than in books and priests, an ecclesiastical career may have felt like exile from the life he really wanted to lead. But he had no choice. His father had decided, and in a medieval household, a father's decision was law. By September of 1171, when Geoffrey was still in his teenage years, probably about 19 years old, he had already been appointed to the position of Archdeacon of Lincoln. This was a significant ecclesiastical office, one that came with administrative responsibilities and, more importantly, with substantial revenues. The archdeaconry would have provided Geoffrey with a comfortable income, allowing him to live in the style befitting a king's son, even if he could not actually rule as a prince. As archdeacon, Geoffrey would have theoretically been responsible for overseeing clergy and church property within a portion of the Diocese of Lincoln. In practice, he almost certainly delegated most of this work to subordinates. Absenteeism was common among noble clerics of the period. They held church offices for the income they provided, but they often left the actual work to hired administrators while they spent their time at court or elsewhere. Geoffrey would have been no exception. He was a king's son, a member of the royal council, someone who had duties and interests far beyond the administrative minutiae of one archdeaconry. This period of Geoffrey's life, his teenage years and early 20s, is not well documented in surviving sources. We know he held the archdeaconry, we know he was at court, but we have few specific details about what he did or how he spent his time. We can assume he participated in the normal activities of a young nobleman at court: hunting, hawking, tournaments, the endless rounds of feasting and entertainment that filled the lives of the medieval aristocracy. We can assume he was learning the arts of government and diplomacy, watching his father manage the complex affairs of the Angevin Empire. absorbing lessons about power and politics that would serve him later in life. And then, in April of 1173, everything changed. Geoffrey, at the tender age of about 21 years, was elected Bishop of Lincoln. This was one of the most important sees in all of England, controlling vast estates and enormous revenues. For Henry II to push for his young, illegitimate son's election to such a position was audacious in the extreme. It demonstrated both the king's power over the English church and his confidence in Geoffrey's abilities, or perhaps simply his determination to provide adequately for his bastard son, regardless of what the church might prefer. But this appointment immediately created serious problems that would dog Geoffrey for years to come, and that reveal much about the tensions between royal power and church law in medieval Europe. The medieval church had clear, explicit rules about who could become a bishop. These were not mere customs or guidelines, but canonical requirements, laws that had been established by church councils and papal decrees over centuries. They were intended to ensure that only suitable, qualified men were elevated to the episcopate, that the church's highest offices were filled by people capable of providing spiritual leadership and moral guidance to their flocks. One of the most fundamental requirements was age. Canon law specified that a man had to be at least 30 years old to be consecrated as a bishop. This requirement was based on the example of Christ himself, who began his ministry at around the age of 30, and on the practical recognition that the responsibilities of a bishopric required maturity and life experience. A bishop had to manage complex administrative affairs, adjudicate disputes, provide wise counsel to his clergy and his people. These were not tasks to be entrusted to young men who lacked seasoning and judgment. Another fundamental requirement was the legitimacy of birth. Canon law held that a man born outside of wedlock was permanently stained by the sin of his conception and was therefore disqualified from holding high church office. This rule was rooted in Old Testament passages that seemed to condemn bastards, in theological arguments about the consequences of sin, and in practical concerns about maintaining the dignity and reputation of the church hierarchy. If bishops could be illegitimate, the thinking went, it would send a message that the church cared nothing for moral propriety, that anyone could rise to high office regardless of the circumstances of their birth. Geoffrey, elected Bishop of Lincoln at around age 21 and undeniably illegitimate, met neither requirement. His election was canonical nonsense, a flagrant violation of church law that could not possibly be approved by the Pope. And yet Henry II was determined to push it through. The king used every ounce of his considerable influence to secure papal approval for his son's election. He sent embassies to Rome. He made donations to the church. He pulled every string he could reach. He argued that Geoffrey's illegitimacy should not be held against him, that a man should not be punished for circumstances beyond his control, that Geoffrey was qualified in every respect except the accident of his birth. Eventually, Henry's pressure worked, partially. Pope Alexander III, who led the Catholic Church from 1159 to 1181, was a brilliant jurist and an experienced diplomat. He had spent years in conflict with the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, had lived in exile in France under the protection of King Louis VII, and knew well the dangers of alienating powerful secular rulers. Alexander did not want to make an enemy of Henry II, one of Europe's most powerful kings, but neither could he simply ignore canon law and approve an election that violated the Church's most basic requirements. Alexander's solution was a compromise, the kind of nuanced legal arrangement at which the medieval papacy excelled. He granted a papal dispensation for Geoffrey's illegitimacy. This was essentially a special exemption, an acknowledgement that while illegitimacy normally disqualified a man from high church office, in this particular case the rule would be waived. Papal dispensations for illegitimacy were not unprecedented. They had been granted before, usually for the sons of priests, who were, according to canon law, illegitimate since priests were supposed to be celibate, or for other men whose talents and connections made them valuable to the church. The dispensation did not declare Geoffrey legitimate. That would have been impossible, as legitimacy was a matter of fact, not law. Rather, it simply stated that his illegitimacy would not be an impediment to his holding church office. But the Pope could not grant a dispensation for Geoffrey's age. Or rather, he could not grant a dispensation that would allow Geoffrey to be consecrated immediately. The age requirement was taken even more seriously than the legitimacy requirement, and Alexander was unwilling to bend it too far. Instead, he confirmed Geoffrey in the office of Bishop of Lincoln with a crucial restriction. Geoffrey could hold the temporalities of the bishopric, meaning he could receive its revenues and exercise its secular authority, but he could not be ordained as a priest or consecrated as a bishop until he reached the proper age. This arrangement was formalized in July of 1175, about 2 years after Geoffrey's original election. The delay suggests the amount of diplomatic maneuvering that went on behind the scenes, the negotiations between Henry's representatives and the papal curia. When the final arrangement was reached, Geoffrey found himself in a peculiar canonical limbo. He was, in title and in legal authority, the Bishop of Lincoln. He could sign documents as bishop, could speak with a bishop's authority, could manage the extensive properties and revenues of the see, but he could not perform any of the spiritual functions of a bishop. He could not celebrate Mass, could not ordain priests, could not confirm the faithful, could not consecrate churches or bless holy objects. He was a bishop in name only, a teenager administering one of England's greatest sees without being able to exercise its most fundamental religious duties. This situation would last for years. Geoffrey would hold Lincoln from 1173 until 1182, nearly a decade, without ever being consecrated. During this time, he would have lived comfortably on the bishopric's revenues, which were substantial. The medieval church was enormously wealthy, and major sees like Lincoln controlled vast estates that generated thousands of pounds annually in rents, fees, and other income. Geoffrey would have maintained a household appropriate to his status, with servants, clerks, administrators, guards. He would have travelled throughout the diocese, though probably not as much as he should have, given his other duties at court. For the clergy and lay people of Lincoln, this must have been a frustrating situation. Their bishop was absent most of the time, serving the king rather than his diocese, and when he was present, he could not perform the essential spiritual functions they needed from their bishop. Ordinations had to be performed by other bishops visiting the diocese. Confirmations had to wait until another prelate was available. The spiritual leadership that a proper bishop should have provided was simply absent. But for Geoffrey personally, the arrangement was probably quite comfortable. He received a generous income, he held an important title, and he was spared the more onerous spiritual duties of the episcopate. He could continue to live as a secular nobleman, hunting and hawking, serving his father at court, participating in military campaigns when necessary. The bishopric was, in essence, a sinecure, a position that provided income and status without requiring much actual work. And then, in 1173, just months after Geoffrey's election as Bishop of Lincoln, his comfortable life at court was interrupted by the greatest crisis of his father's reign, a rebellion that would test everyone's loyalty and that would give Geoffrey his first real opportunity to prove his worth. The Great Revolt of 1173 to 1174, sometimes called simply the Rebellion or the War, was one of the most serious challenges that King Henry II would ever face. It was more than just a military conflict. It was a family tragedy, a generational conflict, and a crisis that threatened to tear apart the entire Angevin empire that Henry had worked so hard to build. To understand why this rebellion erupted, we must understand the complex and ultimately toxic dynamics of the Plantagenet family, and the particular way that Henry II managed, or rather mismanaged, his relationship with his sons. Henry II was, by any measure, one of the most capable rulers of the medieval period. He had transformed English law and government, establishing systems of justice and administration that would endure for centuries. He had expanded his territories, consolidated his power, and created an empire that made him the most powerful ruler in Western Europe. But for all his political genius, Henry was a terrible father. He was controlling, suspicious, and utterly unwilling to share real power with his sons. He seemed to view them not as heirs to be groomed and prepared for rule, but as potential threats to be kept weak and dependent. The problems had begun years earlier, in 1170, when Henry made a decision that would have far-reaching consequences. In June of that year, he arranged for his eldest surviving son, also named Henry, but known to history as Henry the Young King, or simply the Young King, to be crowned as junior co-ruler of England. This was a practice borrowed from the French monarchy, where it was customary to crown the heir apparent during the reigning king's lifetime to ensure a smooth succession. The ceremony took place at Westminster Abbey, but there was a significant problem. Thomas Becket, the Archbishop of Canterbury, who had the traditional right to crown English monarchs, was in exile in France due to his ongoing conflict with Henry II. So the coronation was performed instead by Roger de Pont-l'Évêque, the Archbishop of York, along with several bishops. This violation of Canterbury's prerogatives would have serious consequences. Becket was furious, and it contributed to the escalating conflict between the Archbishop and the King that would end with Becket's murder in Canterbury Cathedral in December 1170. But the more immediate problem was that the coronation created expectations that Henry II had no intention of fulfilling. The young king had been crowned, had been given the title of king, had been publicly recognized as his father's co-ruler and heir. But Henry II gave him no real power, no actual authority, no independent income or territory to govern. The young king, whose full name was Henry, but whom we'll call Young Henry to distinguish him from his father, was a handsome, charming young man, beloved by the nobility and praised by chroniclers for his courtesy and generosity. He was born in 1155, making him about 18 years old in 1173. He had been married at the scandalously young age of 5 to Marguerite, daughter of King Louis VII of France, in a political alliance that brought several strategic castles under Plantagenet control. By 1173, young Henry was old enough to rule, old enough to lead armies, old enough to govern territories, but his father refused to give him anything meaningful to do. Young Henry was expected to attend his father's court, to watch and learn, to wait patiently for the day when death would finally elevate him to actual power. But he was given no lands of his own to govern, no real income of his own to spend beyond what his father chose to give him. He had a wife, but no household befitting his royal status. He had a crown, but no kingdom. He was, in the cruel assessment of one contemporary, a king without a kingdom, a lord without land. His father kept him on a tight financial leash, forcing the young king to constantly ask for money, to beg for the resources necessary to maintain the dignity expected of his position. This situation was humiliating for young Henry, and it became unbearable as he grew older and watched his father refuse to loosen his control. The breaking point came in early 1173. When Henry II announced his plans to provide for his youngest son, John, who was then about 6 years old. John was Henry's favourite child, perhaps because he was the youngest, perhaps because he reminded Henry of himself, perhaps simply because John was still young enough to be compliant and obedient in ways that his older brothers no longer were. Henry arranged for John to marry Alice, the daughter of Humbert III, Count of Savoy. As part of the marriage settlement, Henry proposed to give John 3 important castles, Chinon, Loudun, and Mirebeau. These were all located in territories that technically belonged to young Henry's future inheritance. Now, it was not unusual for younger sons to receive provisions from their father's estates. In fact, it was expected that all legitimate sons would receive something. But young Henry felt that his father should have consulted him about alienating castles from his inheritance. He felt disrespected, ignored, treated as if his opinions and rights meant nothing. Young Henry's growing resentment was encouraged by various nobles, who saw an opportunity to profit from a power transition. Many barons had grievances against Henry II. The king's legal reforms had curtailed their traditional powers. His strong government had limited their ability to wage private wars and exploit their dependents. These barons whispered in young Henry's ear, telling him that he should demand his rights, that he should refuse to be treated like a child, that he should take what was rightfully his. They painted visions of the generous, pliable king that young Henry could be, in contrast to his stern, controlling father. Young Henry was also influenced by his father-in-law, King Louis VII of France. Louis had never forgiven Henry II for marrying Eleanor immediately after Louis divorced her, for taking control of Aquitaine, for building an empire that dwarfed France itself. Louis saw young Henry's discontent as an opportunity to strike at his great rival. He welcomed young Henry to the French court, encouraged his grievances, promised him support if he would rebel against his father. Louis had his own son Philip, who was only about 8 years old at this time, but who would grow up to be Philip II Augustus, one of the most successful French kings of the medieval period. But in 1173, Louis was still trying to find ways to limit Plantagenet power, and supporting young Henry's rebellion seemed like an excellent strategy. In March of 1173, young Henry took the fateful step. While attending his father's court at Chinon, he slipped away in the night and fled to Paris, to Louis's court. There he openly declared his rebellion against his father, demanding that he be given real power, real territories to govern, real independence. This was not just a family quarrel. It was a direct challenge to Henry II's authority, an act of defiance that could not be ignored or forgiven without consequences. Young Henry was soon joined by his brothers. Richard, who was about 16 years old and had already been invested as Duke of Aquitaine, chafed under his father's continued interference in the governance of his duchy. Henry II had never fully handed over control of Aquitaine to Richard. Despite the formal investiture, the king continued to make decisions about Aquitaine's affairs, to appoint officials, to collect revenues. Richard, who had inherited his mother's fierce pride in Aquitaine and her determination to rule her own lands, resented his father's micromanagement. When young Henry rebelled, Richard joined him. Geoffrey, the legitimate Geoffrey, who was Duke of Brittany, also joined the rebellion. He was about 15 years old, betrothed to Constance, the heiress of Brittany. But Duke Conan of Brittany had died in 1171, and Geoffrey and Constance still had not been married. This left Geoffrey in a state of uncertainty. He had the title of Duke, but not the reality of power, a situation that left him frustrated and angry. He too saw rebellion as a chance to secure his position. Most shocking of all, the princes were joined by their own mother, Eleanor of Aquitaine, Henry II's queen, the woman who had borne him 8 children and who had stood at his side for 20 years, now turned against him. Eleanor's motivations for joining the rebellion remain somewhat mysterious even to this day. Contemporary chroniclers, most of them men, and many of them clerics who were uncomfortable with powerful women, offered various explanations. Most of them focused on Eleanor's personal grievances. Some suggested she resented Henry's persistent interference in Aquitaine, her own duchy that she had ruled before her marriages, and that she still considered her personal domain. Others pointed to Henry's infidelities, particularly his well-known affair with Rosamond Clifford, as the source of Eleanor's anger. But there may have been deeper political calculations at work. Eleanor was now about 50 years old, past childbearing age, and she may have felt that her political influence was waning. By supporting her son's rebellion, she could position herself as the power behind their thrones, wielding influence through them in ways she could no longer do through Henry. She may also have genuinely believed that it was time for the next generation to take power, that Henry was wrong to keep his adult sons in a state of perpetual dependence. Whatever her exact motivations, Eleanor tried to flee to join her sons in Paris, but she was intercepted by Henry's agents. Captured while reportedly disguised in men's clothing, Eleanor was taken into custody. She would remain Henry's prisoner for the next 15 years, held in comfortable but closely supervised confinement. With 3 of his 4 legitimate sons in rebellion and his wife a captive, Henry II faced the most serious crisis of his reign. But the rebellion was not just a family affair. It quickly became an international conflict that threatened the entire Angevin Empire. Louis XVII of France openly supported the rebel princes, seeing this as his best opportunity to strike at Henry's power. He provided them with money, troops, and diplomatic support. William the Lion, King of Scots, invaded northern England, hoping to reclaim Northumbria and Cumberland, which had once been part of Scotland, but which Henry II's grandfather had taken. Flemish mercenaries crossed the Channel to join rebel barons in England. The Count of Boulogne invaded Normandy from the northeast. The Count of Toulouse, Henry's old enemy in the south, saw an opportunity to throw off Plantagenet overlordship. Suddenly, Henry faced enemies on all sides. His empire, which stretched from Scotland to the Pyrenees, was under attack simultaneously from the north, east, south, and from within. Rebel barons throughout England rose up, seeing a chance to recover powers and privileges that Henry's strong government had curtailed. Hugh Bigod, the Earl of Norfolk, seized Norwich Castle. Roger de Mowbray raised rebellion in Yorkshire. Robert de Beaumont, Earl of Leicester, who was one of the most powerful nobles in England, gathered an army of Flemish mercenaries to invade from the continent. And through all of this chaos, through all this betrayal, one son remained loyal to Henry II, Geoffrey, the illegitimate son, the bastard who had been raised at court but who could never inherit the crown. While his legitimate half-brothers rebelled, while his stepmother turned against the king, Geoffrey stood by his father. This loyalty would define the rest of Geoffrey's life and would shape how Henry viewed him. In the king's darkest hour, when his own wife and sons had abandoned him, his bastard son proved faithful. The military campaigns of 1173 and 1174 ranged across Henry's vast territories from Scotland to Aquitaine. In Normandy, Henry personally led forces against the multiple invasions threatening his duchy. In April 1173, Louis VII and young Henry invaded from the south. The Count of Boulogne attacked from the northeast, and the Count of Flanders threatened from the north. But Henry, for all his faults as a father, was a brilliant military commander. He moved his forces with remarkable speed, striking at one enemy after another before they could coordinate their attacks. The Count of Boulogne was killed in battle. Louis VII was defeated and driven out of Normandy. The Bretons, who had also invaded, were routed with heavy casualties. By the end of 1173, the continental front of the rebellion had largely collapsed. But in England, the situation remained dangerous. William the Lion had invaded Northumbria with a substantial Scottish army. Contemporary sources claim his army numbered 80,000 men, though this is certainly a vast exaggeration. Medieval chroniclers routinely inflated army sizes to make battles seem more dramatic. The actual Scottish force was probably a few thousand men, still a formidable invasion force, but nothing like the numbers reported in the chronicles. William attacked several major English castles, including Newcastle, Prudhoe, and Alnwick, hoping to secure strongpoints in Northumbria from which he could control the region. Newcastle proved too strong for William to take. The castle was still under construction, being rebuilt in stone to replace earlier fortifications. But even in its incomplete state, it was formidable enough to resist the Scottish siege. Prudhoe Castle also held out against William's attacks. These failures were frustrating for the Scottish king, who had hoped to win quick victories that would inspire more English barons to join the rebellion. Instead, he found that the castles of northern England were too strong to be easily taken, and that the local population was more interested in defending their homes than in joining a Scottish invasion. It was during these campaigns in northern England that Geoffrey, the illegitimate son, proved his military worth. In 1173 and early 1174, Geoffrey was given command of royal forces in the north, tasked with defending against the Scottish invasion and suppressing local rebellions. This was an enormous responsibility for a young man who was only about 21 years old and who had no previous experience commanding armies in actual combat. That Henry entrusted Geoffrey with this command speaks volumes about the king's confidence in his illegitimate son and about his lack of alternatives, given that his legitimate sons were in rebellion. Geoffrey threw himself into the campaign with energy and determination. He gathered loyal forces from across northern England, coordinating with other royal commanders, working to contain and then push back the Scottish threat. The campaign was brutal, conducted across the harsh landscape of Northumbria in the depths of winter and into the spring and summer of 1174. Geoffrey would have experienced the realities of medieval warfare in all their grim detail. Burned villages, displaced refugees, the aftermath of skirmishes and raids. Medieval warfare was not the romantic, chivalrous affair depicted in later legends. It was dirty, cruel, and often targeted civilians as much as soldiers. Armies on the march seized food from peasants, burned crops to deny them to enemies, terrorized local populations to discourage resistance. But Geoffrey proved himself capable. He kept his forces together, maintained discipline among his troops, and most importantly, he remained absolutely loyal to his father, even as the rebellion dragged on month after month. Other nobles wavered, wondering if they had backed the wrong side, calculating whether they should switch their allegiance to the rebels. But Geoffrey never wavered. His loyalty to Henry was absolute, and it would be rewarded in the most dramatic fashion possible. The climax of the Northern Campaign came on July 13th, 1174, at the Battle of Alnwick, one of the most important military engagements of the entire rebellion. This battle would demonstrate Geoffrey's military capabilities and would result in a victory so complete, so unexpected, that contemporaries saw it as evidence of divine intervention on Henry II's behalf. To understand the battle, we must look at the situation in detail and trace the events that led to that foggy morning when the fate of kingdoms was decided. By July 1174, William the Lion had been campaigning in northern England for months. His earlier attempts to capture major castles had failed, but he had managed to establish a base of operations around Alnwick, a strategically important castle in Northumbria. William had divided his army into multiple columns and sent them off in different directions to ravage the countryside, to attack smaller targets, to spread fear and destruction across as wide an area as possible. This was a common medieval military tactic, designed to maximize the psychological impact of the invasion and to gather as much plunder as possible. One of these columns, under the command of Duncan, Earl of Fife, attacked Warkworth and set fire to the church of St. Lawrence. Refugees had taken shelter in the church, believing that the sanctity of the building would protect them. But Duncan's forces showed no mercy. They set the church ablaze, and many of those inside perished in the flames. This atrocity shocked contemporaries and demonstrated the brutal nature of the conflict. But William's decision to divide his forces was a serious tactical error. It left his own position at Alnwick defended by only his personal bodyguard, a force of perhaps 60 men, his household knights and trusted companions who stayed close to the king at all times. William apparently believed that the main English forces were far away, that he had time to consolidate his position before facing a major challenge. He was wrong. At Newcastle, about 30 miles south of Alnwick, the English royal forces were preparing a counterstrike. The main commander was Ranulph de Glanville, a veteran soldier who served as one of Henry II's most trusted officials. Ranulph was an experienced warrior, a man who had fought in many campaigns and who knew well the arts of war. He was also a skilled administrator who would later serve as Chief Justiciar of England, effectively the King's Prime Minister. Working with Ranulph was Geoffrey and other loyal commanders, coordinating a plan to strike at William's divided forces before the Scottish king could reunite his army. On the night of July 11th, 1174, Ranulph gathered a force of about 400 mounted knights. These were not ordinary soldiers, but professional warriors, men who had trained their entire lives for combat, who fought in expensive armor on powerful war horses. 400 knights represented a significant military investment. Each knight required not only his own equipment, but also horses, squires, and support personnel. A force of 400 knights might actually represent a total group of 2,000 men or more when all the support staff were counted. This was a formidable strike force, capable of tremendous impact if used correctly. Ranulph's plan was to ride through the night from Newcastle to Alnwick, covering the 30 miles in darkness, and to attack William's camp at dawn, while the Scottish king was vulnerable. It was a bold, risky plan. Night marches were dangerous. Horses could stumble, men could get lost, the force could arrive exhausted and disorganized. But the potential rewards were enormous. If they could capture or kill the Scottish king, the entire northern front of the rebellion would collapse immediately. The English knights mounted their horses as darkness fell and rode north. We can imagine that tense, silent ride through the July night, 400 horsemen moving through the dark landscape, trying to remain quiet to avoid alerting any Scottish scouts, nervous about what they would face when dawn came. The night was foggy, visibility was poor, and at some point during the ride, the force became lost. In the dense fog, with no clear landmarks visible, they wandered off course. This should have been a disaster, but fortune favored them. When dawn broke and the fog began to thin slightly, they found themselves near Alnwick. Perhaps not exactly where they had intended to be, but close enough. The fog was still thick as the English knights approached Alnwick. Through the swirling mist, they could make out the shapes of tents, the smoke of campfires, the movement of men. They had found William's camp, and it was clear that the Scottish forces were unprepared for an attack. Most of William's army was elsewhere, dispersed across Northumbria on raiding expeditions. The king himself was in camp with only his bodyguard. probably feeling secure in the belief that the English forces were far away. When the alarm was raised, whether by a sentry who spotted the approaching knights, or simply by the thunder of 400 horses charging toward the camp, William rushed from his tent. Contemporary chronicles report that he shouted defiantly, "Now we shall see which of us are good knights." It was a brave challenge, the kind of thing that legends are made of, but it was also futile. William and his 60 bodyguards faced 400 English knights, odds of nearly 7 to 1. No amount of individual courage could overcome such a numerical disadvantage. The English force charged, thundering into the Scottish camp with lances couched and swords drawn. The fighting that followed was brief and savage. Medieval combat was not the elegant swordplay depicted in movies. It was brutal, bloody, chaotic. Men shouted and screamed, horses squealed and kicked, weapons clanged against armor and shields. The smell of blood and sweat and fear filled the air. Within minutes, it was clear that the Scottish forces were overwhelmed. William the Lion, mounted on his warhorse, personally led his bodyguard's attempt to resist the English charge. He was a brave man, no one could deny that, but bravery alone could not save him. In the midst of the fighting, William's horse was killed beneath him. Medieval warhorses were huge animals, bred for strength and size, and when one collapsed, it could trap or injure its rider. William fell to the ground, probably stunned and bruised from the fall, tangled in his armor and equipment. Before he could recover, before his guards could protect him, English knights were on him. Hands grabbed at him, weapons were pointed at his face, voices shouted demands for his surrender. William the Lion, King of Scots, was taken prisoner. It was one of the most dramatic captures of the entire medieval period, a shocking upset that would have far-reaching political consequences. His bodyguards, seeing their king captured, had no choice but to surrender as well. Those who had not been killed in the brief fighting laid down their weapons and submitted to capture. The Battle of Alnwick was over almost before it had begun, concluded in the time it takes to say a rosary, and the outcome would change the course of the rebellion. Geoffrey's exact role in the battle is not entirely clear from surviving sources. He was part of the Northern Campaign, working with Ranulph de Glanville and other commanders, but the chronicles don't specify whether he was physically present at Alnwick that morning, or whether he was commanding forces elsewhere in the region. What is clear is that the victory at Alnwick was achieved by forces under the general command of the Royal Loyalists with whom Geoffrey had been serving, and that Geoffrey's campaign in the north had led directly to this moment. The credit for the victory belonged to the entire Northern Command, and Geoffrey, as one of its leaders, shared in that credit. William the Lion was brought first to Newcastle, paraded through the town in humiliation. Contemporary accounts describe how his feet were tied beneath his horse, a deliberate insult, treating the captive king like a common criminal. The local population, which had suffered under Scottish raids, turned out to jeer at him. Then William was moved to more secure locations as Henry II decided what to do with his royal prisoner. Eventually, William was transported to Normandy, to the castle of Falaise, where he could be held safely until terms for his release could be negotiated. News of William's capture reached Henry II on July 13, 1174, the very day of the battle, though Henry would have heard about it some hours, or perhaps a day later, depending on how quickly messengers could reach him. Henry was in England at the time, having crossed the Channel from Normandy just days earlier. When he landed at Southampton on July the 8th, his first act was to travel to Canterbury to do public penance for the murder of Thomas Becket, which had occurred 3.5 years earlier. Becket had been killed by 4 knights who claimed to be acting on the king's behalf, and although Henry had not directly ordered the murder, His angry words about the troublesome archbishop had set the tragedy in motion. The penance at Canterbury was an extraordinary spectacle. The King of England, one of the most powerful rulers in Christendom, walked barefoot through the streets of Canterbury to the cathedral. There, before Becket's tomb, he stripped to the waist and allowed himself to be whipped by monks and bishops. He spent the entire night in the cathedral, prostrating himself before the tomb, praying for forgiveness. It was an act of profound humiliation, carefully calculated to demonstrate Henry's remorse and to appease the Church. Becket had already been canonized as a saint, and his tomb had become a pilgrimage site. By doing such dramatic penance, Henry hoped to remove the stain from his reputation and to restore his standing in Christian Europe. The timing of William's capture, just one day after Henry's penance, seemed to contemporaries to be no coincidence. It was interpreted as a sign of divine favor, evidence that God had forgiven Henry and was now supporting him against his rebellious sons. The phrase used by Henry's supporters was that it was a bad year for your enemies, a sardonic comment on how all of Henry's opponents seemed to be meeting with disaster. The Scottish king captured, the French king driven from Normandy, the rebel earls defeated. Everywhere Henry's enemies turned, they found failure. The capture of William the Lion effectively ended the northern front of the rebellion. Without their king, the Scottish army dissolved. The various columns that had been raiding across Northumbria retreated back to Scotland. Leaderless and demoralized, rebel barons in northern England, seeing that the Scottish support they had been counting on had evaporated, began to submit to royal authority. Within weeks, Henry was able to march through the north, receiving the surrenders of rebel strongholds, demolishing unauthorized castles, restoring order. For Geoffrey, the campaign had been a triumph. He had proven himself in battle, demonstrated his loyalty when his father needed it most, and played a crucial role in one of the most important military victories of Henry II's reign. The king did not forget his illegitimate son's service. After the revolt was finally crushed in late 1174, when the young king and his brothers were forced to submit and beg their father's forgiveness, Henry is reported to have said bitterly to Geoffrey, "You alone have proved yourself my lawful and true son. My other sons are really the bastards." This statement, preserved for us by medieval chroniclers, reveals the depth of Henry's anger and disappointment with his legitimate heirs. From Henry's perspective, the rebellion had been an unforgivable betrayal. His wife had turned against him, his sons had allied with his enemies, his barons had risen up, and through it all, his bastard son had remained faithful. The irony was bitter. The son, who could never inherit the crown, had proven more worthy than those who would. The legitimate sons were, in Henry's cruel assessment, the real bastards, illegitimate in loyalty, if not in birth. From that moment on, Geoffrey was one of his father's most valued counsellors and trusted supporters. He had earned his place at the king's side through blood and loyalty, not merely through the accident of birth. He was given more responsibilities, more authority, more of the king's confidence. And yet, even as his star rose at court, his ecclesiastical career remained peculiarly stalled. He continued to hold the temporalities of the bishopric of Lincoln, enjoying its substantial revenues, but he still could not be consecrated as an actual bishop. This awkward situation would continue for several more years, creating increasing pressure for a resolution. By 1182, Geoffrey had been serving as Bishop-elect of Lincoln for nearly a decade, without ever being ordained as a priest or consecrated as a bishop. The situation had become increasingly untenable. Geoffrey was now about 30 years old, well past the canonical age requirement for consecration. The objection based on his youth was no longer valid. If he wanted to, He could now be properly ordained and consecrated, could finally become a real bishop rather than just a bishop in name. But Pope Lucius III, who had succeeded Alexander III in 1181, was not content to simply let the situation continue indefinitely. Lucius was a reforming pope, concerned about the moral state of the Church and determined to enforce canonical discipline. He looked at Geoffrey's case and saw a scandalous anomaly. A man holding one of England's greatest bishoprics for nearly 10 years without being a proper bishop, without even being a priest. This could not be allowed to continue. In 1182, Pope Lucius issued an ultimatum. Geoffrey must either resign the bishopric of Lincoln or finally accept ordination and consecration as a proper bishop. The limbo had to end, one way or the other. Geoffrey chose to resign. This decision is revealing, for it tells us something important about his character, his ambitions, and his understanding of his own nature. If Geoffrey had truly felt a spiritual vocation, if he had genuinely wanted to serve God as a bishop and priest, he would have accepted ordination and consecration when they were finally offered to him. At 30 years old, having held the title of bishop for a decade, he was more than ready to take on the spiritual responsibilities of the office. The canonical obstacles had been removed. Pope Lucius was willing to proceed with his consecration. All Geoffrey had to do was say yes, but he said no. He resigned Lincoln, walking away from one of England's greatest sees rather than accept ordination as a priest. Why? The most obvious explanation is that Geoffrey had no real interest in the religious aspects of an ecclesiastical career. He had been placed in the church by his father's decision, not by his own calling. He enjoyed the power and wealth that came with high church office, the revenues, the status, the political influence. But he did not want the spiritual responsibilities that came with actually being a priest and bishop. He did not want to celebrate Mass, to hear confessions, to provide pastoral care to the faithful. He was, at heart, a secular nobleman who happened to hold church offices, not a genuine churchman. There may have been other considerations as well. As a layman holding ecclesiastical offices, Geoffrey remained more flexible in his options. He could theoretically marry if he chose to, could produce legitimate heirs, could transition to a purely secular career if the opportunity arose. But once ordained as a priest, these options would be foreclosed. Priestly ordination, in medieval Catholic theology, created an indelible mark on the soul that could never be erased. A man who became a priest was a priest forever. He was bound by the vow of celibacy, required to remain unmarried and childless for the rest of his life. For Geoffrey, who may still have harbored ambitions beyond the church, accepting ordination may have seemed like closing doors that he preferred to keep open. So Geoffrey resigned Lincoln in 1182, and his father immediately compensated him with a new position. In 1183, Henry II appointed Geoffrey as Chancellor of England, one of the highest secular offices in the realm. The Chancellor was the head of the royal administration, responsible for managing the Chancery, the office that produced all the official documents of government. The Chancery issued royal writs and charters, recorded legal decisions, managed diplomatic correspondence, and generally kept the vast machinery of government running smoothly. The Chancellor needed to be literate, organized, and utterly trustworthy, for he handled confidential matters and had access to the King's seal, which authenticated all official documents. As Chancellor, Geoffrey would have overseen a staff of clerks and scribes who worked in the Chancery, producing documents in endless quantities. Medieval government ran on parchment and ink, on carefully drafted writs that conveyed royal commands to sheriffs and bailiffs throughout the realm. Every land grant, every judicial decision, every appointment to office required documentation. The Chancery worked constantly. Clerks hunched over their desks in scriptoriums, copying out letters and charters in careful Latin script, applying the king's seal to make them official. Geoffrey also continued to hold numerous other ecclesiastical benefices, church offices that provided income without requiring much actual work. This practice, known as holding benefices in plurality, was common among wealthy clerics of the period and was widely criticized by church reformers. The idea was that a man should hold only one benefice, the one whose spiritual duties he would actually perform. But in practice, powerful nobles and royal favorites accumulated multiple benefices, drawing income from all of them while delegating the actual work to subordinates. Geoffrey, like many others, was guilty of this practice. He held various archdeaconries, prebends, and other church offices, collecting their revenues while doing little or nothing to earn them. Between his salary as chancellor, his income from various benefices, and occasional gifts from his father, Geoffrey was extremely wealthy. He could maintain a large household with servants, clerks, guards, and hangers-on. He could dress in fine clothes, eat expensive foods, travel with an appropriate entourage. He could purchase books, musical instruments, hunting dogs, hawks, horses, all the accoutrements of noble life. He was, in every material sense, living as a prince, even if he could never actually be one. The years from 1183 to 1189, when Geoffrey served as chancellor, were tumultuous ones for the Plantagenet family. The peace that had been imposed after the 1173-74 rebellion did not last. Henry II's sons remained frustrated and resentful, and new conflicts erupted regularly. In 1183, another rebellion broke out, this time led by young Henry and his brother Geoffrey, Duke of Brittany. They were angry about their father's continued refusal to give them real power, and they launched a revolt in Aquitaine. Richard, who was governing Aquitaine as his duke, remained loyal to his father this time. The brothers were now fighting among themselves as well as against their father. The rebellion of 1183 ended tragically when young Henry died of dysentery in June of that year. He was only 28 years old, dying still in rebellion against his father, dying in debt and disgrace. Young Henry's death changed the succession dramatically. Richard was now the eldest surviving son and the heir apparent to England, Normandy, and Anjou. Geoffrey, Duke of Brittany, was the second son. John, the youngest, remained his father's favourite, but the family tensions did not ease. If anything, they intensified. Richard and Geoffrey continued to scheme against each other and against their father. In 1186, Geoffrey died as well, trampled to death by horses at a tournament in Paris. He was 32 years old, leaving behind a pregnant widow, Constance of Brittany, who would give birth to a son, Arthur, several months after Geoffrey's death. Arthur would grow up to become a claimant to the Plantagenet inheritance, a rival to his uncle John, and his life would end in tragedy as well. But that is a story for later. By 1187, only two of Henry II's legitimate sons remained alive, Richard and John. And Richard, never the most patient or dutiful of sons, was growing increasingly frustrated with his father's continued refusal to clearly acknowledge him as heir. Henry seemed to favour John, seemed reluctant to hand over authority to Richard, seemed to be repeating the same pattern of control and mistrust that had led to the earlier rebellions. Richard began to suspect that his father was planning to disinherit him, to somehow make John the heir instead. In 1187, Richard did the unthinkable. He allied with Philip II Augustus, the King of France. Philip, who had succeeded his father Louis VII in 1180, was far shrewder and more dangerous than Louis had been. He was only about 22 years old in 1187, but he was already proving himself to be a brilliant political operator and a capable military commander. Philip had his own reasons for wanting to strike at Plantagenet power. and he saw in Richard a tool that could be used against Henry II. When Richard and Philip declared war on Henry II in 1187, the king once again turned to his illegitimate son Geoffrey for military support. Henry gave Geoffrey command of 1/4 of the English royal army, an enormous responsibility that demonstrated how much trust the king placed in him. Geoffrey was now in his mid-30s, an experienced soldier and administrator, and he threw himself into the defense of his father's territories with the same loyalty he had shown during the earlier rebellion. The war of 1187–1189 was brutal, grinding affair. Richard and Philip made steady progress, conquering territories in the Loire Valley, threatening the heart of the Angevin Empire. Henry, now in his 50s and in declining health, struggled to hold his lands together. In June of 1189, there was a particularly devastating moment when Richard's forces drove Henry and Geoffrey from Le Mans, the city where Henry had been born. Le Mans held deep sentimental value for the old king. It was his birthplace, the capital of the county of Maine that his ancestors had ruled. To lose it to his own son must have broken something inside Henry. Shortly after the fall of Le Mans, Henry was forced to attend a conference at which he would submit to Richard and Philip, acknowledging defeat and accepting their terms. The conference was held at Ballon, and it was a humiliation beyond bearing for the proud old king. Henry had to acknowledge Richard as his heir, had to agree to pay homage to Philip for his French territories, had to promise that John would join Richard on crusade. It was a complete capitulation, a recognition that his power was broken. Geoffrey, who loved his father despite all the old king's flaws, could not bring himself to witness this humiliation. He did not attend the conference at Ballon, unwilling to see his father brought so low. Medieval sources tell us that Geoffrey simply could not bear to watch his father submit to his rebellious son, could not stand by while the man who had raised him and trusted him was forced to bow before his enemies. So Geoffrey stayed away from Ballon, but he remained with Henry in the days that followed. Those final days were grim. Henry's health was rapidly deteriorating. He was suffering from what contemporary sources describe as a bleeding ulcer, possibly a perforated ulcer, or some other serious gastrointestinal condition. He was also emotionally devastated, broken by the loss of his lands and the betrayal of his sons. At Ballon, as part of the settlement, Henry had been presented with a list of nobles who had supported Richard in the rebellion, nobles who would now have to be officially pardoned. When Henry looked at the list and saw that John's name was at the top, that his youngest and favourite son had also betrayed him, it was the final blow. Henry reportedly turned his face to the wall and said, "Now, let everything go as it will. I care no more for myself or for the world." Henry II moved to the Château de Chinon in Anjou, one of his favourite residences, and there he took to his bed. He was dying, whether from the physical illness, from a broken heart, or from sheer despair at the collapse of everything he had built. We cannot say with certainty. Probably it was a combination of all three. Medieval medicine could do little for serious internal ailments, and the emotional trauma Henry had experienced would only have worsened his physical condition. In those final days, as Henry lay dying at Chinon, Geoffrey remained at his bedside. Richard was off consolidating his victory, preparing to claim the throne. John had publicly sided with Richard, delivering perhaps the final blow to his father's will to live. The other legitimate sons were dead. Eleanor was still a prisoner, held in comfortable but supervised confinement. But Geoffrey stayed with his father, nursing him, offering what comfort he could. It must have been heartbreaking to watch the great king, the man who had ruled one of medieval Europe's greatest empires, waste away in pain and despair. On July 6, 1189, at the age of 56, Henry II died at Chinon. Geoffrey, alone among all the king's sons, was present at the deathbed. In medieval culture, being present at a loved one's death was considered extremely important. The dying person needed support and prayer, needed to make their peace with God and receive the last sacraments. The fact that only Geoffrey was there, that only the bastard son cared enough to stay, must have reinforced in Geoffrey's mind the bitter truth of his father's words after the first rebellion. "You alone have proved yourself my lawful and true son." Before he died, Henry made one final request. He expressed a deathbed wish that Geoffrey should be made either Archbishop of York or Bishop of Winchester. Both were among the greatest ecclesiastical offices in England, positions of enormous wealth and power. Henry's wish was both a reward for Geoffrey's loyalty and an attempt to secure his son's future in a world where Richard would soon be king. Henry knew that Richard had no great love for Geoffrey, knew that his illegitimate son's position would be precarious once Richard held power. By expressing a deathbed wish, a request that carried great moral weight in medieval culture, Henry hoped to ensure that Richard would provide for Geoffrey. Geoffrey took responsibility for his father's funeral arrangements. He supervised the preparation of the body, arranged for its transportation, and escorted the funeral procession on its journey from Chinon to Fontevraud Abbey, where Henry was to be buried. Fontevraud was a monastery that Henry had particularly favoured, endowing it generously and using it as a royal burial site. The journey from Chinon to Fontevraud was not long, perhaps 20 miles, but it must have been a sad and solemn procession, carrying the coffin of the great king through the summer countryside, followed by a handful of loyal retainers who had not abandoned Henry in his final days. At Fontevraud Abbey, in the choir of the Abbey Church, Henry II was laid to rest. His tomb would eventually be joined by those of his wife Eleanor, who would outlive him by 15 years, and his son Richard, who would die in 1199. But in July 1189, Geoffrey stood alone beside his father's coffin, mourning the man who had raised him, who had trusted him, who had loved him despite his illegitimate birth. It was at Fontevraud that Geoffrey met his half-brother Richard, now King Richard I of England. Richard had come to attend his father's funeral, whether out of genuine grief, from a sense of duty, or simply because political protocol required his presence, we cannot know. The meeting between the two brothers must have been awkward. Richard had spent the last 2 years fighting against their father, had driven the old king from his birthplace, had effectively caused his death through the stress and humiliation of defeat. Geoffrey had remained loyal to Henry to the end, had fought against Richard, had witnessed his father's final agony. There was no love lost between them. But Richard, to his credit, honoured their father's deathbed wish. Within days of Henry's funeral, Richard took steps to nominate Geoffrey as Archbishop of York. On July 20th, 1189, less than 2 weeks after Henry's death, and even before Richard's own coronation as king, Richard nominated Geoffrey to the archbishopric. The formal election by the York Cathedral chapter took place on August 10th. Richard was moving quickly to fulfill his father's dying wish, perhaps out of genuine respect for that wish, perhaps from a desire to appear dutiful and honourable in the eyes of the realm. But Richard's generosity, if we can call it that, came with significant conditions. First, Richard insisted that Geoffrey resign his position as Chancellor of England. Richard wanted his own man in that crucial post, not his half-brother. Geoffrey complied, giving up the chancellorship and the political power that came with it. Second, and most importantly, Richard required that Geoffrey finally accept ordination as a priest. This was not optional. If Geoffrey wanted to be Archbishop of York, he would have to be properly ordained. Some historians have suggested that Richard's nomination of Geoffrey to the archbishopric was not purely an act of filial respect or brotherly affection. Rather, it may have been a calculated political move to neutralize a potential threat. Geoffrey was popular among certain segments of the nobility. He was militarily capable, he was experienced in government, and he was the son of a king. As long as he remained a layman, as long as he held secular offices like the chancellorship, he could theoretically be seen as a candidate for the throne. Oh, his illegitimacy legally barred him from the succession, but in times of crisis, in situations where the legitimate line failed, an illegitimate son of a king might be seen as preferable to a more distant relative or a foreigner. History had examples of bastards inheriting thrones. William the Conqueror himself had been illegitimate, though he had eventually been legitimized by his father. But once Geoffrey was ordained as a priest and consecrated as a bishop, church law would forever prevent him from claiming royal power. Priests and bishops could not marry, could not produce legitimate heirs, could not inherit secular titles. By accepting holy orders, Geoffrey would be permanently locked into an ecclesiastical career, his potential political ambitions, if he had any, foreclosed forever. Whether or not Richard consciously thought in these terms, the effect was the same. By making Geoffrey an archbishop, Richard was ensuring that his half-brother could never threaten his own position or that of his heirs. Geoffrey may have understood this, may have recognized that accepting the archbishopric meant giving up any possibility, however remote, of ever wearing a crown. But what were his alternatives? He was 37 years old. His father was dead, and Richard was now king. Without the archbishopric, what would Geoffrey be? A minor noble with a few estates, a former chancellor with no position, a bastard prince with no future. The archbishopric, for all its limitations, offered wealth, power, and prestige. It was perhaps the best option available to him, even if it meant accepting constraints he might have preferred to avoid. So Geoffrey agreed to Richard's terms. On September 23rd, 1189, more than 15 years after he had first been elected Bishop of Lincoln, Geoffrey was finally ordained as a priest. The ceremony would have taken place in a cathedral or major church, with bishops laying their hands on Geoffrey's head, anointing him with holy oil, investing him with the symbols of priestly office. Geoffrey, now aged about 37, became at last what he had supposedly been for decades, a member of the clergy, authorized to celebrate Mass, to hear confessions, to perform all the sacraments. But ordination was only the first step. To become Archbishop of York, Geoffrey also needed to be consecrated as a bishop and to receive the pallium, the special woolen band that symbolized an archbishop's authority. However, this consecration did not follow immediately. Political complications arose, disputes over proper procedure emerged, and various issues delayed the consecration for nearly 2 more years. Geoffrey had been elected archbishop in August 1189, had been ordained as a priest in September 1189, but his consecration would not take place until August 1191. Once again, Geoffrey found himself in ecclesiastical limbo, holding a title without fully possessing the office. Part of the delay stemmed from disputes within the York Cathedral chapter itself. Not everyone was happy with Geoffrey's election. Some members of the chapter, led by a man named Hubert Walter, who would later become Archbishop of Canterbury and one of the most powerful figures in England, appealed against Geoffrey's election. They argued that the election had not been conducted properly, that Geoffrey was unsuitable for the office, that his appointment should be overturned. These appeals had to be heard and adjudicated, first by the king and then by papal authorities, and this took time. Richard, who was busy preparing for the Third Crusade, was not particularly interested in dealing with ecclesiastical disputes. He granted royal confirmation of Geoffrey's election on September 16, 1189, but this did not resolve the canonical issues. The appeals to Rome dragged on for months. Eventually, Cardinal John of Anagni, a papal legate who had been sent to England to deal with various church matters, held proceedings at Canterbury in December 1189. The cardinal dismissed the appeals against Geoffrey's election and granted the necessary approvals, but he also imposed an explicit prohibition. Geoffrey could not be consecrated as bishop until he had taken holy orders beyond the priesthood and met all canonical requirements. The matter then went to Pope Clement III, who confirmed Geoffrey's election on March 7, 1190, but with the same restriction. Geoffrey could not yet be consecrated. More months passed, with diplomatic communications going back and forth between England and Rome, with various parties making arguments about what should happen next. Meanwhile, Richard departed on the Third Crusade in the summer of 1190, leaving England to be governed by a council of regents. Finally, in August 1191, all the obstacles had been cleared, and Geoffrey could at last be consecrated as Archbishop of York. The ceremony took place on August 18, 1191, at Tours in France. Why Tours instead of England? Perhaps because Geoffrey was still on the continent. Perhaps for diplomatic reasons related to the ongoing crusade. Perhaps simply because that's where the necessary bishops were available. The consecration was performed by Barthélemy de Vendôme, the Archbishop of Tours, in the church of Saint Maurice. Geoffrey received his pallium at the ceremony, the symbolic woolen band that marked him as an archbishop with full metropolitan authority over the northern province of the English Church. Geoffrey was now, finally, after nearly 2 years of waiting, fully invested with all the powers and responsibilities of his office. He was 40 years old, or close to it, battle-tested, politically experienced, and accustomed to wielding authority. He prepared to return to England to take up his duties as Archbishop of York, to assume his place as the second most powerful churchman in England, after only the Archbishop of Canterbury. But when Geoffrey attempted to cross the Channel and enter England in September of 1191, he found that his troubles were only beginning. A dramatic confrontation awaited him at Dover, an incident that would become one of the most controversial events of the entire medieval period, and that would shape the remainder of Geoffrey's life. When Geoffrey's ship approached the White Cliffs of Dover in September of 1191, he must have felt a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. He was returning to England as the newly consecrated Archbishop of York, one of the greatest ecclesiastical princes in the realm. He had been invested with the pallium, the symbol of his metropolitan authority. He had been ordained as a priest, consecrated as a bishop, and formally recognized by both the king and the pope as the rightful occupant of York's ancient see. He was coming home to take up his duties, to govern his archdiocese, to assume his place in the councils of the realm. But Geoffrey also knew that the political situation in England was volatile. King Richard had departed on crusade to the Holy Land more than a year earlier, leaving England to be governed by a council of regents. The most powerful of these regents was William de Longchamp, who held an extraordinary accumulation of offices. He was Chancellor of England, Chief Justiciar, effectively the King's Prime Minister, Bishop of Ely, and Papal Legate. This concentration of power in the hands of one man was unprecedented and controversial. Longchamp ruled England with an iron fist, and he was not popular. Longchamp was a Norman by birth, a man of relatively humble origins, who had risen through a combination of administrative brilliance and royal favour. He was short, reportedly rather ugly, and completely lacking in the social graces that might have made him more acceptable to the English nobility. Medieval chroniclers, who were uniformly hostile to him, described him in the most unflattering terms. Gerald of Wales, one of the most prolific writers of the period, called Longchamp that monster with many heads. Another chronicler described him as looking more like an ape than a man. These descriptions tell us more about the chronicler's prejudices than about Longchamp's actual appearance, but they reflect the intense dislike that the English nobility felt for him. Part of the hostility stemmed from Longchamp's foreign origin. He was Norman, not English, and he often seemed insensitive to English customs and traditions. Contemporary sources claim that Longchamp did not even speak English, which would have made it difficult for him to communicate with anyone outside the nobility and clergy who spoke French and Latin. But much of the hostility was simply due to Longchamp's autocratic governing style. He was efficient, ruthless, and utterly convinced of his own authority. He marginalized other officials whom Richard had appointed to serve alongside him. He installed his own relatives and supporters in key positions. He attempted to seize control of various castles throughout England by granting their custody to his dependents. He raised taxes aggressively to fund Richard's crusade and to fill the royal treasury. Longchamp also had a personal history with Geoffrey that may have influenced his actions. Early in his career, Longchamp had actually worked for Geoffrey, serving as one of his clerks or administrators when Geoffrey was Bishop-elect of Lincoln. But Longchamp had left Geoffrey's service and transferred his allegiance to Richard, the king's son, finding better opportunities in Richard's household. This defection may have created bad blood between the two men. When Geoffrey was appointed Chancellor in 1183, Longchamp was serving Richard in Aquitaine. When Richard became king in 1189, Longchamp's loyalty was rewarded with the chancellorship, the office Geoffrey had just vacated. In some sense, Longchamp had replaced Geoffrey twice, first by leaving his service for Richard's, then by taking the chancellorship that Geoffrey had held. So there was already tension between Geoffrey and Longchamp even before the Dover incident. But the immediate cause of the confrontation was political. Longchamp, governing England in Richard's absence, was engaged in a power struggle with Prince John, Richard's younger brother. John, who had been left behind when Richard went on crusade, was maneuvering to increase his own power and influence. He was gathering supporters, making alliances, positioning himself to potentially seize the throne if Richard died in the Holy Land. Longchamp saw John as a threat to Richard's authority and to his own power as regent. He was determined to prevent John from accumulating too much strength. Geoffrey, as the half-brother of both Richard and John, as a man with royal blood and significant personal authority, was inevitably caught up in this power struggle. Longchamp apparently viewed Geoffrey as a potential ally of John, or at least as an independent power centre that might challenge Longchamp's own authority. When Longchamp learned that Geoffrey was about to return to England, he made the fateful decision to prevent Geoffrey's entry into the kingdom. The official reason Longchamp gave for barring Geoffrey's entry was that Geoffrey had not sworn an oath of fealty to Richard. This was technically true. Geoffrey had been on the continent since his consecration and had not yet had an opportunity to formally submit to his half-brother as king. But this was a flimsy pretext. Geoffrey's loyalty to the Plantagenet dynasty was not in question. He had proved his faithfulness to Henry II, and there was no reason to think he would be disloyal to Richard. The oath of fealty was a formality that could easily have been performed once Geoffrey arrived in England. Preventing him from entering the country on this basis was clearly a power play, an assertion of Longchamp's authority, and perhaps an attempt to humiliate Geoffrey. Longchamp sent orders to Dover that Geoffrey should not be allowed to land. The castellan of Dover Castle, the official responsible for controlling access to the port, was a man named Richard of Dover, and he happened to be Longchamp's brother-in-law, married to Longchamp's sister Richelieu. Richard of Dover was absolutely loyal to Longchamp, and was prepared to carry out his orders, no matter how controversial they might be. When Geoffrey's ship arrived at Dover, he was met not with the welcome befitting an archbishop, but with armed men who informed him that he was forbidden to enter England. Contemporary accounts do not give us Geoffrey's exact words at this moment, but we can imagine his fury and indignation. He was a consecrated archbishop, a prince of the church, a son of the late King Henry II. He held one of the ancient sees of England, with authority over the entire northern province, and now he was being treated like a criminal, barred from entry into his own country by an upstart Norman administrator. Geoffrey, realizing that he was about to be arrested, made a decision that would transform this political confrontation into a religious crisis. He took sanctuary in the Priory of St. Martin in Dover. The right of sanctuary was one of the most sacred principles of medieval Christianity, a right that stretched back centuries and that was jealously guarded by the church. The principle was simple. Anyone, even a criminal fleeing from justice, could take refuge in a church or religious house and could not be forcibly removed. The church was considered consecrated ground, a place where God's peace prevailed, where violence was forbidden. To violate sanctuary, to drag someone from a church by force, was considered a horrific sacrilege, an offence against both human law and divine law. Geoffrey claimed the protection of St. Martin's Priory, and by the rules of sanctuary, he should have been safe there. The authorities could station guards around the church to prevent his escape, could attempt to negotiate his surrender, but they could not legally remove him by force. Sanctuary was supposed to provide time for passions to cool, for negotiations to take place, for some resolution to be found that respected both secular justice and religious law. But Longchamp's men laid siege to the priory. They surrounded the building, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. For 4 days, Geoffrey remained inside St. Martin's, probably in the church itself or in a chamber within the priory complex. Priests would have brought him food and water, would have celebrated Mass for him, would have prayed with him. The local population would have watched nervously, wondering what would happen, aware that a serious crisis was developing. We can imagine those 4 days of siege, Geoffrey inside the priory, perhaps standing vigil before the altar, praying for deliverance or for strength to endure whatever was coming. Outside, Longchamp's soldiers stood guard, their presence a violation of the sanctity of the place, even if they had not yet entered. Messengers would have ridden back and forth between Dover and London, where Longchamp was residing, carrying reports and receiving orders. The siege was not just a local incident. It was rapidly becoming a national scandal, news of it spreading throughout England and beyond. After 4 days, Longchamp's men received or decided to carry out the ultimate order. They would enter the priory by force and drag Geoffrey out. This was an extraordinary decision, one that would have massive consequences. Everyone involved knew that violating sanctuary was wrong, that it would cause enormous scandal, that it would bring down condemnation from the church and from public opinion. But either Longchamp was so determined to prevent Geoffrey from entering England that he was willing to accept these consequences, or his subordinates exceeded their orders and acted more aggressively than Longchamp had intended. The exact chain of command is not entirely clear from surviving sources, and Longchamp would later claim that his agents had gone beyond his instructions. On September 18, 1191, 4 days after Geoffrey had taken sanctuary, Longchamp's men entered St. Martin's Priory. They found Geoffrey in the church. According to some accounts, he was actually at the altar, either saying Mass or praying before it. The soldiers grabbed him, physically seizing the Archbishop, despite his protests and his attempts to resist. Medieval sources describe how Geoffrey clung to the altar, trying to hold on, invoking the right of sanctuary, demanding that they respect the sacred space. But the soldiers overpowered him, dragging him away from the altar, hauling him out of the church. The image of an archbishop being dragged from sanctuary, from the very altar itself, shocked all who heard of it. The parallels to the murder of Thomas Becket were immediately and horrifyingly obvious to everyone. Just 21 years earlier, in December 1170, 4 knights had entered Canterbury Cathedral and murdered Archbishop Thomas Becket, striking him down at the altar in one of the most notorious crimes of the medieval period. That murder had resulted in Henry II having to do public penance, had led to Becket's rapid canonization as a saint and martyr, had created a shrine at Canterbury that became one of the most important pilgrimage sites in Christendom. The Becket affair had been a disaster for the Plantagenet dynasty, staining Henry II's reputation and creating a cult of martyrdom that would endure for centuries. Now, just 2 decades later, another archbishop was being attacked in another church, this time by agents of the Chancellor who governed England in King Richard's absence. The violation of sanctuary was not quite as bad as murder, but it was still an appalling sacrilege, an offence that would bring down the wrath of the Church and the condemnation of Christian Europe. Everyone knew the story of Becket. Everyone remembered what had happened when an archbishop was attacked in a church. And now it seemed history was repeating itself, with Geoffrey cast in the role of martyr and Longchamp's men in the role of the murderous knights. Geoffrey was briefly imprisoned in Dover Castle, the great fortress that dominated the harbour. Medieval sources tell us that he was held there for only a few days. Longchamp's supporters, realizing the magnitude of the scandal they had created, quickly decided that holding the archbishop prisoner would only make things worse. Geoffrey was released, but the damage had been done. News of the violation of sanctuary spread rapidly throughout England and across the Channel to the continent. Bishops, nobles, and ordinary people were outraged. How could such a thing happen? How could the king's regent allow or order such a sacrilege? Prince John, Longchamp's rival, immediately seized on the scandal as an opportunity to bring down the Chancellor. John, who had been carefully building a coalition of nobles opposed to Longchamp, now had a perfect cause around which to rally support. He called for a council to address Longchamp's actions, invoking an agreement that had been made at Winchester when Richard departed for crusade. According to this agreement, if serious disputes arose during Richard's absence, they were to be settled by a council of magnates, the great nobles and bishops of the realm. The council was convened at Loddon Bridge, a location between Reading and Windsor, on October 5th, 1191. This was just over 2 weeks after Geoffrey's arrest at Dover. The assembled magnates included Geoffrey himself, who had been released from Dover Castle, along with numerous bishops and powerful nobles. One of the leaders of the movement against Longchamp was Hugh Nonant, the Bishop of Coventry, who had his own grievances against the Chancellor. The council also included other bishops who were outraged at the violation of sanctuary. Longchamp did not dare attend the council. He knew that if he appeared, he would face formal charges and almost certain condemnation. Instead, he remained in London, trying to hold on to power through control of the Tower of London and other key strongholds. But his support was crumbling. The violation of sanctuary had been a terrible political mistake, alienating even those who might otherwise have supported Longchamp's strong government. At the Loddon Bridge Council, the charges against Longchamp were formally presented. He was accused of violating sanctuary, of exceeding his authority, of autocratic and oppressive rule, of marginalizing the other officials whom Richard had appointed to govern alongside him. The council declared Longchamp excommunicated, cut off from the sacraments of the Church, condemned as a sinner whose actions had placed his immortal soul in jeopardy. They ordered that he be stripped of his offices as Chancellor and Chief Justiciar. They demanded the surrender of the castles that were in his custody. Hugh of Lincoln, one of the most respected bishops in England, and a man known for his personal holiness and courage, formally pronounced the excommunication of all those who had participated in dragging Geoffrey from sanctuary. This was a serious spiritual penalty, not just for Longchamp, but for every soldier and official who had been involved in the Dover incident. The excommunication sent a clear message. The Church would not tolerate such violations of its sacred rights, and those who committed such offences would pay a spiritual price. Longchamp, excommunicated and stripped of his offices, tried to hold out in London. He took refuge in the Tower of London, hoping that he could somehow maintain his position through control of this key fortress. But the citizens of London, who had their own grievances against Longchamp's heavy-handed rule and high taxes, refused to support him. Without popular support, without the backing of the magnates, and without the legitimacy that his offices had provided, Longchamp's position was untenable. After a few days, Longchamp was forced to surrender the tower. He fled London, heading to Dover in the hope of crossing the Channel and escaping to the continent. His flight was ignominious and, according to contemporary chroniclers, occasionally farcical. One story claims that Longchamp attempted to disguise himself as a woman to avoid recognition, dressing in women's clothing and trying to pass unnoticed through the town. According to this tale, a local fisherman, thinking Longchamp was a prostitute, attempted to solicit him, leading to a humiliating confrontation when Longchamp's disguise was penetrated. Whether or not this story is true, and we should be skeptical, given that it comes from hostile sources, it reflects the contempt with which Longchamp was now regarded. Longchamp finally managed to leave England on October 29, 1191, just over 6 weeks after Geoffrey's arrest at Dover. He crossed to Normandy and eventually made his way to Germany, where King Richard was travelling on his return from the Crusade. Richard had left the Holy Land after achieving some military successes but failing to recapture Jerusalem. On his way home, Richard was captured by Leopold, Duke of Austria, and then turned over to Henry VI, the Holy Roman Emperor, who held Richard for ransom. Longchamp, whatever his faults, remained loyal to Richard. He played an important role in negotiating Richard's ransom and securing his release from captivity. Richard would eventually restore Longchamp to some of his offices and would continue to use him as an administrator and diplomat until Longchamp's death in 1197. But in the autumn of 1191, Longchamp's fall was complete. He had been driven from England, excommunicated, humiliated, and Geoffrey was finally free to proceed to York to take up his duties as Archbishop. On November 1st, 1191, more than 2 months after he had first attempted to enter England, Geoffrey was formally enthroned as Archbishop of York in York Minster, the great cathedral that would be his seat for the next 21 years. The enthronement ceremony would have been elaborate and solemn. Geoffrey, wearing the vestments of an archbishop, would have processed into the cathedral accompanied by clergy and nobles. The bells of York Minster would have rung out, announcing to the city that its new archbishop was taking his seat. Geoffrey would have been led to the archiepiscopal throne, a ceremonial chair that symbolized his authority over the northern province of England. He would have sworn oaths to uphold the rights and privileges of the Church, to defend the Christian faith, to care for the souls of his flock. Prayers would have been said, hymns sung, incense burned. It was a moment of triumph for Geoffrey, the culmination of a journey that had begun nearly 2 decades earlier when he was first elected Bishop of Lincoln. Geoffrey must have felt, at that moment, that he had finally achieved what his father had wanted for him. that his long years of waiting and struggle were over. He was the Archbishop of York, one of the two most powerful churchmen in England, with authority over a vast northern archdiocese that stretched from the Scottish border down into the Midlands. He controlled enormous estates, commanded substantial revenues, held a position of great prestige and influence. He was 40 years old, in the prime of life, experienced in both ecclesiastical and secular affairs. Surely now he could settle into his role, could govern his archdiocese effectively, could become a respected church leader. But anyone who thought Geoffrey would be a peaceable archbishop was quickly disappointed. His tenure at York would be characterized not by calm administration or spiritual leadership, but by constant conflict, bitter disputes, and endless quarrels. Geoffrey's personality, his fiery temper, his stubbornness, his inability to compromise, his quick resort to excommunication as a weapon against his opponents, made him spectacularly unsuited for the delicate task of managing a major archdiocese. The next 2 decades of his life would be a litany of feuds, arguments, confrontations, and political battles. Geoffrey's archiepiscopate began immediately with conflict. Within days of his enthronement, he found himself embroiled in disputes with the very people he was supposed to work with: the cathedral chapter at York, the canons who ran the cathedral and who held significant power within the diocese. The relationship between a medieval bishop or archbishop and his cathedral chapter was supposed to be collaborative. The chapter handled much of the day-to-day administration of the cathedral, managed its properties and revenues, maintained its buildings and services. The bishop or archbishop provided spiritual leadership, ordained priests, confirmed the faithful, adjudicated ecclesiastical disputes, represented the diocese in church councils and royal assemblies. But this collaborative relationship required both parties to respect each other's rights and to work together in good faith. Geoffrey, unfortunately, seems to have been incapable of such collaboration. He wanted to exercise absolute authority over his archdiocese, to make all major decisions himself, to appoint his own people to important positions. The York chapter, composed of wealthy, independent-minded canons who were accustomed to considerable autonomy, had no intention of simply deferring to their new archbishop, illegitimate son of the king or not. One of the first major disputes involved the appointment of a new Dean of York. The Dean was the head of the cathedral chapter, the presiding officer who led chapter meetings and oversaw the cathedral's affairs. It was one of the most important positions in the diocese, both because of its administrative responsibilities and because it came with substantial revenues. When the deanery became vacant shortly after Geoffrey's enthronement, both Geoffrey and the chapter believed they had the right to choose the new dean. Geoffrey wanted to appoint his own candidate, someone he could trust and who would support his policies. But the cathedral chapter had its own ideas. They elected Simon of Apulia, a man who had the support of the canons, but not Geoffrey's approval. Simon was probably a capable administrator and a respectable churchman. The chapter would not have elected him otherwise, but Geoffrey objected to his election, seeing it as an infringement on archiepiscopal authority. Medieval church law on this point was somewhat ambiguous. Throughout the 12th century, there was an ongoing debate about who had the right to appoint cathedral deans and other major officials. Some argued that the bishop or archbishop should make such appointments as part of his general authority over the diocese. Others argued that the cathedral chapter should elect its own dean, since the dean was their presiding officer and should have their confidence. Different dioceses had different customs, and the law was not entirely settled. Geoffrey, believing that the appointment of the dean was his prerogative, refused to accept Simon's election. He appealed to the papacy, asking Pope Celestine III to overturn the chapter's election and allowed Geoffrey to appoint his own candidate. Simon, supported by the chapter, travelled to Germany to make his case to King Richard, who was still on his return journey from the crusade. The canons wrote to Richard, explaining their position and asking for his support. Richard, however, refused to support Geoffrey's appeal. The king tried to summon Geoffrey to Germany to resolve the issue in person, but Geoffrey was unable to leave York. The diocese was in turmoil. The dispute over the deanery had created factions within the cathedral clergy, with some canons supporting Geoffrey and others supporting Simon. There were disturbances within the cathedral clergy, as contemporary sources delicately phrase it, probably meaning arguments, disruptions of services, perhaps even physical confrontations. Geoffrey, as the new archbishop trying to establish his authority, could not abandon his post during such a crisis. With Richard declining to intervene on Geoffrey's behalf, and with Geoffrey unable to travel to make his case in person, Simon eventually secured papal confirmation as Dean of York. It was a significant defeat for Geoffrey in his very first major conflict with his chapter, a defeat that set the tone for the difficult relationship that would characterize his entire archiepiscopate. The canons had successfully defied their archbishop's wishes and had installed their own choice as dean. Geoffrey had learned that he could not simply impose his will on the chapter, that they would fight back when he attempted to override their rights. But if Geoffrey learned this lesson, he certainly did not take it to heart. Rather than trying to build bridges with the chapter after this initial defeat, rather than seeking compromise and accommodation, Geoffrey doubled down on his confrontational approach. Over the following years, he would have repeated clashes with the York canons, disputes that would escalate to shocking extremes. One particularly dramatic incident, preserved for us by medieval chroniclers, occurred sometime during the early 1190s. The dispute was over some ecclesiastical matter. The exact issue is not recorded, but it was probably related to appointments, revenues, or jurisdiction, the usual sources of conflict between bishops and their chapters. The York canons, frustrated with Geoffrey's refusal to compromise, decided to make a shocking gesture of protest and defiance. They took the holy chrism, the consecrated oil used in important sacraments like confirmation, ordination, and the consecration of churches and altars, and they threw it on a dung heap. This was an act of extraordinary disrespect and sacrilege. The chrism was considered sacred, blessed by the bishop during Holy Week in a special ceremony, imbued with spiritual power and significance. To treat it as waste, to literally throw it on a pile of manure and garbage, was a shocking violation of religious propriety. It was meant as an insult to Geoffrey, a way of saying that his authority meant no more to them than the contents of a dung heap. Geoffrey's response to this outrage was entirely predictable. He excommunicated the canons responsible. Excommunication was Geoffrey's favourite weapon, the punishment he resorted to repeatedly throughout his archiepiscopate whenever someone opposed him. To excommunicate someone meant to cut them off from the community of the faithful, to declare them outside the Church's grace, to forbid them from receiving the sacraments. It was a serious spiritual penalty, intended to bring sinners to repentance by showing them the consequences of their actions. But Geoffrey used excommunication so frequently, so readily, for so many offences both serious and minor, that it began to lose its impact. Medieval observers noted, with a mixture of amusement and dismay, that excommunication seemed to be the only spiritual function of his office that Geoffrey applied with real vigour. He would excommunicate members of his chapter who opposed him, bishops who challenged his authority, officials who didn't follow his orders, anyone who got in his way. One contemporary sarcastically remarked that Geoffrey's enemies were many, a dry observation on the Archbishop's talent for making people hate him. The The disputes with the York chapter continued throughout Geoffrey's archiepiscopate and were never fully resolved. The relationship between the Archbishop and his canons remained tense, adversarial, characterized by mutual suspicion and hostility. Geoffrey seems to have viewed the chapter as an obstacle to his authority, a body that constantly questioned his decisions and limited his power. The canons, for their part, saw Geoffrey as an autocrat who wanted to ride roughshod over their traditional rights and privileges. Neither side was willing to back down or seek real compromise. Geoffrey also had serious conflicts with his suffragan bishops, the bishops whose dioceses fell within the province of York and who owed canonical obedience to their archbishop. There were 3 suffragan sees under York's authority: Durham, Carlisle, and a few others whose boundaries and status changed over time. The bishop who gave Geoffrey the most trouble was Hugh du Puiset, Bishop of Durham. Hugh du Puiset, sometimes called Hugh of Le Puiset or Hugh Pudsey, was a formidable figure in his own right. Born around 1125, he was now in his late 60s, but still vigorous and politically active. Hugh was illegitimate, like Geoffrey, but his illegitimacy was of a rather grand sort. He was the illegitimate grandson of King Henry III, which made him Geoffrey's uncle by illegitimate descent. Henry III, Geoffrey's paternal grandfather, had fathered numerous bastards, and Hugh was descended from one of them. Hugh had been Bishop of Durham since 1153, nearly 40 years, making him one of the longest-serving bishops in England. Durham was not just a bishopric, but also a county palatine, meaning the bishop exercised quasi-royal authority over his territory. Hugh was, in effect, a prince-bishop, ruling Durham with powers that other bishops did not possess. Hugh was wealthy, powerful, politically connected, and he had no intention of being pushed around by Geoffrey. The 2 men clashed repeatedly over questions of jurisdiction and authority. Durham, though technically within York's province, had traditionally enjoyed considerable independence from York's control. Hugh saw no reason why he should defer to Geoffrey, who was actually his nephew by illegitimate descent, and who was decades younger than him. Geoffrey, for his part, was determined to assert his metropolitan authority over all his suffragan bishops, including Hugh. The disputes between Geoffrey and Hugh covered a wide range of issues. They quarrelled over which of them had the right to appoint officials to certain positions. They fought over revenues and properties where jurisdiction was unclear. They disagreed about procedural matters in church governance. These were not abstract theological disputes. They were fundamentally about power, about who got to make decisions, about whose authority took precedence, and neither man was willing to compromise. At one point during Prince John's rebellion in 1193, yes, John launched a rebellion while Richard was imprisoned in Germany, trying to seize the throne in his brother's absence. Geoffrey and Hugh managed to put aside their feud temporarily to work together to suppress the uprising. Geoffrey strengthened the defences at Doncaster, a town within his archdiocese. He went to Hugh's aid at the siege of Tickhill Castle, where John's supporters were holding out. The 2 bishops-turned-military commanders cooperated effectively enough to help quash John's rebellion and to keep England secure until Richard could return. But as soon as the immediate crisis passed, Geoffrey and Hugh were back to quarrelling. Their feud would continue for years, characterized by appeals to Rome, angry letters, excommunications — Geoffrey excommunicated Hugh at least once — and general ecclesiastical warfare. It was exhausting for everyone involved and accomplished little, except to create scandal and to distract both men from the spiritual work they were supposed to be doing. Geoffrey also had disputes with numerous religious houses throughout his archdiocese. Medieval dioceses contained many monasteries, priories, and other religious communities, and the relationship between these houses and the diocesan bishop was often complicated. Some religious orders, like the Cistercians, claimed exemption from episcopal jurisdiction, answering directly to the Pope rather than to local bishops. Other houses had traditional privileges and immunities that they guarded jealously, and there were constant disputes about tithes, the 10% tax on agricultural production that was supposed to support the church, about which lands owed tithes to whom, about exemptions and special cases. Geoffrey quarrelled with Guesborough Priory over various issues related to appointments and authority. He fought with Moe Abbey over questions of tithe exemptions. The abbey claimed that certain of its lands were exempt from paying tithes to the Archbishop, and Geoffrey vehemently disagreed, insisting that the abbey owed him substantial revenues. He had conflicts with Fountains Abbey, one of the great Cistercian houses of England, over various administrative matters. Most of these disputes arose from questions about who had the authority to appoint abbots and other officials, or about which lands owed what revenues to whom. These conflicts with religious houses were not unique to Geoffrey. Many medieval bishops had similar disputes. The jurisdictional boundaries of the medieval church were often unclear. Traditional rights and privileges overlapped and conflicted, and there was plenty of room for disagreement about who had authority over what. But Geoffrey's confrontational style and his unwillingness to compromise turned what might have been manageable disagreements into prolonged, bitter feuds. In 1194, Geoffrey made a financial decision that would burden him for years to come, and that suggests something about his ambitions and his conception of his role as Archbishop. He went into debt to the crown for the enormous sum of 3,000 marks to purchase for himself the office of Sheriff of Yorkshire. To put this in perspective, 3,000 marks was roughly equivalent to £2,000 sterling, an enormous sum of money in the 1190s. A skilled craftsman might earn perhaps £5 per year. A knight's fee, the amount of land that was supposed to support one armoured cavalryman, might generate annual revenues of £20. 3,000 marks represented decades of income for most people, a sum that only the very wealthiest individuals could contemplate borrowing. Why would Geoffrey, already burdened with the responsibilities of being Archbishop, want to add the secular office of Sheriff of Yorkshire to his duties? The Sheriff was the King's primary representative in each county, responsible for collecting royal revenues, maintaining law and order, summoning juries and holding courts, executing royal commands. It was primarily a law enforcement and administrative role, not an ecclesiastical one. Most bishops and archbishops did not serve as sheriffs. The two roles were considered somewhat incompatible, mixing spiritual and secular authority in ways that reformers found troubling. But Geoffrey apparently wanted the power and authority that came with controlling Yorkshire's secular government, as well as its church governance. As sheriff, he would have immense influence over the entire region, able to coordinate ecclesiastical and secular authority in his own hands. He may also have wanted the revenues that came with the office. Sheriffs were entitled to keep a portion of the money they collected, and Yorkshire was a wealthy county. Or perhaps Geoffrey simply wanted to demonstrate his power, to show that he was not just a churchman, but a secular lord as well, a force to be reckoned with in northern England. Whatever his motivations, the decision to borrow 3,000 marks to purchase the shrievalty was questionable. Medieval interest rates were high. The church officially condemned usury, lending money at interest, but there were ways around this prohibition, and Geoffrey would have been charged substantial fees and penalties on such a large debt. The burden of repaying this loan would weigh on him for years, forcing him to extract revenues from his archdiocese more aggressively, creating additional sources of conflict with those who owed him money. Also in 1194, Geoffrey began a new conflict that would drag on for years, and that would become one of the defining disputes of his archiepiscopate, a quarrel with Hubert Walter, who had become Archbishop of Canterbury. The issue at stake was ancient, fundamental, and probably irresolvable. The question of primacy. Did the Archbishop of Canterbury have authority over the Archbishop of York, or were the two archbishops equals, each ruling his own province independently? This dispute stretched back centuries to the very beginning of English Christianity. Canterbury had been founded first by St. Augustine in 597 AD, sent by Pope Gregory the Great to convert the Anglo-Saxons. York had been established as an archbishopric somewhat later, in the 8th century. Canterbury had traditionally been considered the more prestigious see, and archbishops of Canterbury had often claimed to be the primate of all England, with some degree of authority over York and other English bishops. But York had never fully accepted Canterbury's claims of superiority. The archbishops of York argued that they ruled an independent province, that they were metropolitans in their own right, that they owed obedience to the Pope but not to Canterbury. This dispute had flared up repeatedly over the centuries, had been the subject of endless appeals to Rome, had generated mountains of correspondence and litigation. It had never been definitively resolved, in part because neither side would ever fully accept defeat, and in part because the papacy found it useful to keep the question somewhat ambiguous, allowing popes to play the two archbishops against each other. The dispute manifested in various symbolic ways. One of the most contentious issues was the carrying of crosses. When a metropolitan archbishop travelled within his own province, he was entitled to have his archiepiscopal cross carried before him as a symbol of his authority. But what happened when an archbishop entered another archbishop's province? Canterbury claimed that when the Archbishop of York came south, he should not have his cross carried, as this would be an assertion of authority within Canterbury's province. York claimed the right to carry the cross anywhere in England, as a sign of their equal status. Geoffrey and Hubert Walter turned this old dispute into a particularly acrimonious personal feud. Both archbishops insisted on having their crosses carried before them when they entered the other's province. When Geoffrey travelled south, his cross-bearers would raise the archiepiscopal cross high, processing through Canterbury's territory in a deliberate assertion of York's independence. When Hubert came north, his cross would be carried through York's province in a similar display. Each archbishop saw the other's actions as intolerable provocations, as insults to their dignity and authority. They exchanged angry letters, each accusing the other of overstepping their bounds. They made competing appeals to the papacy, asking the Pope to rule in their favour. They refused to attend each other's councils or to cooperate on matters of church governance. The dispute became increasingly petty and personal, with both men apparently more interested in asserting their rights than in the actual substance of church administration. King Richard, when asked to settle the matter, wisely declined. He stated that this was an ecclesiastical issue that needed to be resolved by the Pope, not by secular authority. Richard probably also recognized that taking sides in this ancient dispute would only create political problems for him. He needed the support of both archbishops, and intervening would alienate whichever side he ruled against. So Richard stayed out of it, leaving Geoffrey and Hubert to fight their battle in ecclesiastical courts and through papal channels. The papacy, for its part, showed little interest in making a definitive ruling. Pope Celestine III did grant Hubert Walter a legatine commission in 1195 that covered all of England, including York's province. This was an implicit recognition of Canterbury's superior status, as the papal legate would have authority over all English bishops, including the Archbishop of York. But this was presented as a personal grant to Hubert Walter, rather than a permanent settlement of the primacy question. And there's evidence that Celestine's grant was motivated more by personal dislike of Geoffrey than by any settled policy on the primacy issue. Celestine, like many others, found Geoffrey difficult and was happy to limit his power. This brings us to January 1195, when Geoffrey's various conflicts came together in a serious crisis that threatened his entire position as Archbishop. Geoffrey was ordered to appear in Rome to answer various charges that had been brought against him. We don't have a complete list of these charges in surviving sources, but they probably included complaints from the York chapter about his high-handed governance, appeals from suffragan bishops about his interference in their affairs, grievances from religious houses about his demands for revenues, and general accusations of mismanagement and abuse of authority. Geoffrey was threatened with suspension from office if he did not appear in Rome by June 1st, 1195. Suspension would mean losing his authority as Archbishop, being forbidden from performing his episcopal functions, potentially losing control of the archdiocese's revenues. It was a serious threat, one that could destroy everything Geoffrey had worked for. He needed to go to Rome to defend himself against these charges, to make his case before the papal curia, to demonstrate that he was a capable archbishop who was being unfairly maligned by his opponents. But when Geoffrey attempted to travel to Rome, King Richard forbade the journey. Richard, who was back in England by this time, having been ransomed from captivity in Germany and returned in early 1194, was angry with Geoffrey over various matters. Richard may have felt that Geoffrey was not showing sufficient support for royal policies, or he may have been influenced by Hubert Walter, who was not only Archbishop of Canterbury, but also Richard's Chief Justiciar and effectively the King's Prime Minister. Whatever the reason, Richard blocked Geoffrey's attempt to travel to Rome. Geoffrey protested vehemently against this restriction. He wrote angry letters, argued that he had the right to travel to Rome to defend himself, insisted that the king had no authority to prevent an archbishop from appearing before the Pope. But Richard was unmoved. In retaliation for Geoffrey's protests and his continued defiance, Richard confiscated Geoffrey's estates. All of the archbishop's lands, all of his revenues, were seized by the crown. Geoffrey was left financially vulnerable and politically isolated, unable to defend himself in Rome, and deprived of the resources he needed to govern his archdiocese effectively. This left Geoffrey in an impossible position when Hubert Walter held a legatine council at York in June 1195. Hubert, exercising his authority as papal legate, convened this church council in Geoffrey's own cathedral city. It was a deliberate humiliation, a demonstration that Hubert's legatine authority superseded Geoffrey's metropolitan authority, even within York itself. Geoffrey, suspended from office and unable to properly participate in the council, had to watch as his rival presided over a church council in his own cathedral. Geoffrey had managed to secure a postponement of his case at Rome until November, but he was still unable to travel when that deadline arrived. The combination of Richard's prohibition and his financial straits made the journey impossible. When Geoffrey failed to appear in Rome by the November deadline, Pope Celestine III took the drastic step of personally suspending Geoffrey from his office. On December 23, 1195, Celestine issued a formal decree suspending the Archbishop of York, forbidding him from exercising his episcopal functions until he appeared in Rome to answer the charges against him. Suspension was not quite the same as deposition. Geoffrey had not been permanently removed from office, and if he could clear himself of the charges, he might be reinstated. But it was a serious penalty nonetheless. While suspended, Geoffrey could not ordain priests, could not confirm the faithful, could not perform any of the spiritual functions of his office. He could not issue official documents with his archiepiscopal authority. He was, in effect, an archbishop in name only, stripped of his power and authority. Geoffrey, suspended from his office and forbidden from exercising his archiepiscopal functions, faced the humiliation of being an archbishop who could not actually perform the duties of an archbishop. But he was not a man to simply accept defeat and fade into obscurity. Despite the obstacles that had been placed in his way, despite Richard's confiscation of his estates and the king's prohibition against travelling to Rome, Geoffrey was determined to fight back, to clear his name, to restore his authority. The first step was to find a way to get to Rome. This was easier said than done. Geoffrey needed money for the journey. Travelling from England to Rome was expensive, requiring funds for transportation, lodging, food, and the various fees and gifts that would be necessary when dealing with the papal curia. But his estates had been confiscated, cutting off his main source of income. He needed the king's permission to leave England. Travel abroad by major nobles and churchmen required royal license, and Richard had explicitly forbidden Geoffrey from going to Rome. And he needed to time his journey carefully to arrive when he could present his case most effectively. Geoffrey must have spent weeks or months maneuvering behind the scenes, borrowing money from supporters, negotiating with royal officials, perhaps making some kind of accommodation with Richard to secure permission to travel. The details of these negotiations do not survive in our sources, but eventually, Geoffrey was able to overcome the obstacles. By sometime in 1196, he had secured permission to travel to Rome and had gathered the resources necessary for the journey. The journey from England to Rome was a major undertaking in the medieval period. There were no direct routes, no modern transportation, no hotels or travel agencies to arrange accommodations. Geoffrey would have travelled with a small entourage, clerks, servants, perhaps a few guards for security, crossing the Channel to France, and then making his way south through French territory. He might have travelled on horseback for much of the journey, covering perhaps 20 or 30 miles per day, when the roads were good and the weather favourable. In winter or during bad weather, progress would have been much slower. The route would have taken him through numerous towns and villages, where he would have needed to find lodging each night. As an archbishop, even a suspended one, Geoffrey would have been entitled to hospitality at monasteries and religious houses along the way. Medieval monasteries had a religious obligation to provide hospitality to travellers, especially to churchmen of high rank. Geoffrey and his entourage would have been given beds, food and care at Benedictine abbeys, Cistercian monasteries, Augustinian priories, whatever religious houses they encountered along their route. The journey would have taken weeks, possibly months, depending on the exact route and the conditions Geoffrey encountered. He would have crossed the Alps, probably through one of the established passes like the Mont Cenis or the Great St. Bernard, routes that had been used since Roman times, but that remained dangerous and difficult. The Alpine passes were treacherous, especially in winter, with steep climbs, icy paths, and the constant risk of avalanches. Many travellers died attempting to cross the Alps, and Geoffrey must have been relieved when he and his party successfully made it through to the Italian side. Once in Italy, Geoffrey would have travelled south through the various Italian cities and territories, eventually reaching Rome. The Rome of the 1190s was a far cry from the imperial capital of ancient times. The city's population had declined dramatically since the fall of the Roman Empire, from over 1 million inhabitants in ancient times to perhaps 40 or 50,000 in the medieval period. Many of the great monuments of antiquity lay in ruins, their stones quarried for new buildings or simply left to decay. The vast aqueducts that had once supplied the city with water were mostly broken, and the population clustered along the Tiber River where water was readily available. But Rome remained the centre of Western Christianity, the seat of the papacy, the city where St. Peter had been martyred and buried. Pilgrims came from all over Europe to visit the basilicas and holy sites, to pray at the tombs of saints and martyrs, to receive the Pope's blessing. And ambitious churchmen came to the papal curia to advance their careers, to settle disputes, to secure appointments and privileges. The curia was the administrative centre of the Catholic Church, a bureaucracy staffed by cardinals, bishops, lawyers and clerks, who managed the Church's affairs and adjudicated the endless stream of cases and appeals that came from throughout Christendom. Geoffrey would have made his way to the papal court, probably held at the Lateran Palace, the Pope's official residence. There he would have presented himself and his case, arguing that the charges against him were unjust, that he had been unfairly maligned by his opponents, that he deserved to be reinstated to his office. The papal curia would have heard his arguments, reviewed the documents and testimony from both sides, deliberated on the case. This process could take weeks or even months. The curia was notoriously slow, with cases often dragging on as various parties made arguments and counter-arguments, as new evidence was introduced, as procedural questions were debated. We don't have detailed records of Geoffrey's appearances before the papal curia in 1196, so we can't know exactly what arguments he made or how he defended himself. But we do know that he was eventually successful in clearing himself of the charges, or at least successful enough that the Pope was willing to lift the suspension. Pope Celestine III, whether convinced by Geoffrey's arguments or simply tired of the whole affair, agreed to reinstate Geoffrey as Archbishop of York. The suspension was lifted, and Geoffrey was once again authorized to exercise his episcopal functions. This was a significant victory for Geoffrey. He had been on the verge of losing everything: his office, his authority, his position in the church hierarchy. By travelling to Rome despite the obstacles, by making his case effectively before the papal curia, he had salvaged his archiepiscopate. He could return to England with his authority restored, ready to resume his duties as the second most powerful churchman in the realm. But if Geoffrey hoped that his reinstatement would mark the beginning of a more peaceful period in his archiepiscopate, he was quickly disappointed. The fundamental problems that had led to his suspension, his difficult personality, his confrontational governing style, his inability to work cooperatively with the York chapter and his suffragan bishops, remained unchanged. Within months of his return to England, Geoffrey was embroiled in new disputes and conflicts. The quarrels with the York chapter continued unabated. The canons remained hostile to Geoffrey's attempts to assert control over cathedral affairs, and Geoffrey remained convinced that the chapter was constantly undermining his authority. They fought over appointments, over revenues, over procedural matters, over questions of protocol and precedence. Each side appealed to Rome when they didn't get their way, generating more correspondence, more litigation, more ill will. The feud with Hubert Walter, Archbishop of Canterbury, also continued. The question of primacy remained unresolved, and both archbishops continued to assert their rights and dignity against the other. They still insisted on having their crosses carried in each other's provinces, still exchanged angry letters, still refused to cooperate on church governance. The rivalry between Canterbury and York was ancient and probably irresolvable, but Geoffrey and Hubert managed to make it particularly bitter and personal. Geoffrey also continued to have disputes with his suffragan bishops and with religious houses throughout his archdiocese. Every appointment, every source of revenue, every question of jurisdiction became a potential source of conflict. Geoffrey seems to have been constitutionally unable to let any challenge to his authority go unanswered, unable to compromise on even minor points, unable to distinguish between issues that were worth fighting over and those that were better left alone. Medieval observers, watching this endless parade of quarrels and conflicts, formed increasingly negative assessments of Geoffrey's character and his fitness for high church office. Thomas Jones, a modern historian looking back at Geoffrey's career, would sum him up with the succinct phrase quarrelsome and undiplomatic. Another historian, J.C. Holt, described Geoffrey as a perpetual source of danger, quarrelling now with Depuiset, now with the Yorkshire sheriffs, ever ready to attack the judicial and fiscal superiority of the Crown. Walter Map, that hostile contemporary chronicler who had written so uncharitably about Geoffrey's mother, declared that Geoffrey was full of faults and devoid of character. These assessments are harsh, and we must remember that they come from sources that were biased against Geoffrey. Map in particular seems to have had a personal grudge against the Archbishop, and cannot be trusted to give an objective account. But even allowing for bias and exaggeration, there's no denying that Geoffrey had serious flaws as a church leader. He was talented, capable, loyal to those he loved, but he was also hot-tempered, stubborn, confrontational, and unable to work collaboratively with others. These personality defects made him a poor fit for the role of Archbishop, which required diplomatic skill, patience, and the ability to compromise. But Geoffrey did have some supporters and friends. Not everyone who knew him found him intolerable. He inspired genuine loyalty from some members of his household, men who served him faithfully and who witnessed his charters and documents. He had the friendship and support of Hugh of Lincoln, one of the most respected bishops of the age and a man known for his personal holiness and good judgment. Hugh had defended Geoffrey during the suspension crisis, had protested against the Pope's harsh treatment of the Archbishop. If Hugh thought Geoffrey was worth defending, then Geoffrey must have had some redeeming qualities that his enemies were unwilling to acknowledge. Geoffrey also enjoyed the support of Pope Innocent III, who succeeded Celestine III in 1198. Innocent was one of the most powerful and capable popes of the medieval period, a brilliant lawyer and administrator who significantly expanded papal authority over the church and over secular rulers. Innocent seems to have viewed Geoffrey more sympathetically than his predecessor had, perhaps recognizing that Geoffrey was not entirely to blame for all the conflicts that plagued his archiepiscopate. Innocent would support Geoffrey in several later disputes, would order kings and nobles to respect the archbishop's rights, would defend Geoffrey against his enemies. This papal support suggests that Geoffrey, for all his faults, was not seen by the highest authorities of the church as a complete disaster. During these years in the late 1190s, England was experiencing significant political turmoil. King Richard was frequently absent from the kingdom, spending most of his time in France trying to defend his continental territories against the aggressive expansion of King Philip Augustus. Richard was a great warrior, but an indifferent administrator, more interested in military glory than in the day-to-day work of government. He taxed England heavily to fund his wars, imposed scutages and tallages and special levies that burdened both nobles and commoners. The realm was being squeezed for every penny it could produce, and resentment against Richard's heavy taxation was growing. Richard's relationship with his youngest brother John also remained problematic. After John's failed rebellion in 1193, the brothers had been reconciled, but the reconciliation was uneasy. Richard had no legitimate children. His marriage to Berengaria of Navarre produced no heirs, and John was the presumptive heir to the throne. But Richard didn't trust John, and with good reason. John was ambitious, unscrupulous, and perfectly willing to betray anyone if he thought it would serve his interests. Richard kept John at arm's length, never giving him too much power or authority, never making him feel fully secure in his position as heir. For Geoffrey, Navigating the treacherous waters of Plantagenet family politics was a constant challenge. He was half-brother to both Richard and John, related by blood to both sides of any potential conflict. He needed to maintain good relations with Richard, who was king, and who could make his life miserable if he chose. But he also needed to avoid alienating John, who might soon be king himself. This required a delicate balancing act, and Geoffrey, with his blunt, confrontational style, was not well suited to such diplomatic maneuvering. On April 6, 1199, everything changed. King Richard III, while besieging a minor castle called Chalus-Chabrol in the Limousin region of France, was struck in the shoulder by a crossbow bolt. The wound became infected. Medieval medicine had no concept of antisepsis or antibiotics, and gangrene set in. Richard died on April 11, just 5 days after being wounded. He was 41 years old, in the prime of life, cut down by an insignificant injury sustained during an insignificant siege. His death was a shock to everyone, a sudden end to the reign of a king who had seemed larger than life. Richard's death created an immediate succession crisis. He had no legitimate children, so the crown would have to pass to one of his younger brothers or to a nephew. The youngest brother, John, claimed that Richard had designated him as heir on his deathbed. But there was another candidate, Arthur of Brittany, the son of Geoffrey, Duke of Brittany, the legitimate Geoffrey, not our Geoffrey the Archbishop. Arthur was only 12 years old in 1199, but he had a potentially stronger claim to the throne than John. Under the principle of primogeniture, the rule that inheritance should pass through the eldest son and his descendants, Arthur, as the son of Richard's older brother, should inherit before Richard's younger brother John. The question of who should succeed Richard divided the Plantagenet domains. Eleanor of Aquitaine, the formidable Queen Mother, who was now in her late 70s, supported John's claim. Most of the English nobles also favoured John, preferring an adult with experience to a child under the control of French advisers. Normandy and England recognised John as king, but many of the nobles in Anjou, Maine and Brittany supported Arthur, seeing him as representing the interests of the continental territories against the more English-focused John. King Philip Augustus of France, always eager to exploit divisions within the Plantagenet family, recognized Arthur as Richard's heir and made him his ward. Philip saw an opportunity to break up the Angevin Empire by supporting Arthur against John. If Arthur could be installed as ruler of Anjou and the other continental territories, while John held only England and Normandy, Philip could play the two Plantagenet claimants against each other and expand French power at their expense. Geoffrey, watching these events unfold, found himself in a familiar but uncomfortable position. He was half-brother to John, the man who would become King of England. But his relationship with John had never been warm. John had betrayed their father Henry II in his final days, had sided with Richard in the rebellion that broke the old king's heart. John was known to be ambitious, ruthless, suspicious, and vindictive. He was not a man who inspired loyalty or affection, even among his own family. Nevertheless, Geoffrey supported John's claim to the throne, probably because he recognized that John's succession was inevitable and that opposing it would only bring trouble. John was crowned King of England on May 27, 1199, at Westminster Abbey. He was 32 years old, the last surviving son of Henry II and Eleanor of Aquitaine, taking the throne at a moment when the Plantagenet Empire was under severe threat from France. John's reign began under difficult circumstances and would only grow worse as the years passed. He faced immediate military challenges from Philip Augustus and Arthur of Brittany, who were contesting his control of the continental territories. He inherited massive debts from Richard's wars and his ransom from captivity. He lacked Richard's military reputation and charisma, and many nobles viewed him with suspicion and distrust. John would prove to be one of England's most unsuccessful kings, losing most of his French territories and ultimately being forced to sign Magna Carta after a baronial rebellion. For Geoffrey, John's accession marked the beginning of a new and even more difficult chapter in his troubled archiepiscopate. Richard, for all his faults and despite his occasional conflicts with Geoffrey, had maintained at least a minimal level of respect for his half-brother. Richard had honoured their father's deathbed wish by making Geoffrey Archbishop, had generally left him alone to govern his archdiocese, had not actively persecuted him. John, however, would prove to be a far more difficult brother to serve. The relationship between Geoffrey and John seems to have been problematic from the start. We don't have detailed records of their early interactions during John's reign, but the surviving evidence suggests that there was little warmth or trust between them. John, who had inherited his father's suspicious nature and his own particular brand of paranoia, viewed powerful nobles and churchmen as potential threats to his authority. Geoffrey, as a royal bastard with military experience and political connections, was exactly the sort of figure who made John nervous. John also had a terrible temper, perhaps even worse than his father's infamous Angevin rage. Contemporary chroniclers describe John flying into violent fits of anger over minor slights or perceived insults. He was known to be cruel, vindictive, and willing to use any means necessary to punish his enemies. Stories circulated about his mistreatment of prisoners, about hostages who disappeared under mysterious circumstances, about nobles who crossed him and then found their lives destroyed. Whether all these stories were true is difficult to say. John's enemies had every reason to blacken his reputation, but the sheer volume of negative accounts suggests that there was at least some basis to them. Geoffrey and John's conflicts during the first few years of John's reign seemed to have focused on the same issues that had plagued Geoffrey throughout his archiepiscopate: questions of authority, jurisdiction, revenues, and appointments. John, desperate for money to fund his wars against Philip Augustus, looked for revenue wherever he could find it. The church, with its vast estates and enormous wealth, was an obvious target. John imposed various financial demands on the clergy, manipulated vacancies in bishoprics and abbeys to seize their revenues, and generally treated the church as another source of income to be exploited. Geoffrey, already chronically short of money due to the debts he had incurred, including that 3,000 mark loan to purchase the shrievalty of Yorkshire, resented John's financial demands. He also objected when John interfered in ecclesiastical matters within Geoffrey's archdiocese, trying to influence appointments or to assert royal authority over church affairs. The conflicts escalated, with both men digging in their heels, neither willing to compromise. At some point in these early years of John's reign, the conflict became so serious that John confiscated Geoffrey's estates. Again, this was becoming a pattern. Whenever Geoffrey seriously defied a king, the king's first response was to seize his lands and revenues, cutting off his income and forcing him to submit. It was a crude but effective tactic, and it had worked before. But Geoffrey, now in his late 40s or early 50s, was becoming increasingly stubborn and less willing to back down even when facing financial ruin. The confiscation of Geoffrey's estates was a serious matter. As Archbishop of York, Geoffrey controlled vast properties throughout northern England. Manors, farms, forests, mills, fisheries, churches. These properties generated the revenues that supported his household, paid his staff, funded his administrative operations, and allowed him to live in the style appropriate to his rank. Without access to these revenues, Geoffrey would be unable to function effectively as Archbishop. He would be unable to maintain his household, unable to travel around his archdiocese, unable to exercise his authority. Geoffrey appealed to Pope Innocent III, asking the Pope to intervene and to order John to restore his estates. This was a bold move, essentially asking the Pope to overrule the king's decision and to force a secular ruler to reverse his actions. Medieval popes claimed the authority to do exactly this. They argued that papal authority extended over all Christians, including kings, and that popes could command secular rulers to obey church law and to respect the rights of churchmen. But whether a pope could actually enforce such commands depended on political circumstances and the balance of power. Innocent III was one of the strongest and most assertive popes of the medieval period, and he was willing to challenge secular rulers when necessary. He ordered John to restore Geoffrey's possessions, making it clear that the Pope viewed John's actions as unjust and illegitimate. This papal intervention put John in an awkward position. He could defy the Pope, but this would bring consequences: potential excommunication, the possibility that the Pope might declare England under interdict, the loss of legitimacy that came from being seen as an enemy of the Church. John, calculating the costs and benefits, decided that it wasn't worth fighting over this particular issue. In 1206, John backed down and restored Geoffrey's estates. Geoffrey had won this round of the conflict, had demonstrated that papal support could be more powerful than royal anger. It was a significant victory, and it must have given Geoffrey some satisfaction to see his royal half-brother forced to back down. But the victory was temporary. The fundamental tension between Geoffrey and John remained unresolved, and new conflicts would soon emerge that would prove even more serious than those that had come before. The year 1207 would prove to be the decisive turning point in Geoffrey's life, the year when his long history of conflicts and confrontations would finally culminate in permanent exile. But to understand what happened in 1207, we need to understand the broader context of King John's increasingly desperate political and financial situation. By 1207, John's reign was in crisis. He had lost Normandy to Philip Augustus in 1204, a catastrophic defeat that ended nearly a century of Norman English rule over the duchy. The loss of Normandy was not just a military defeat. It was a profound humiliation, a demonstration that John lacked the military prowess of his brother Richard and his father Henry. Many English nobles who held lands in both England and Normandy were forced to choose which territories to keep, creating divided loyalties and resentment. The once mighty Angevin Empire, which had stretched from Scotland to the Pyrenees, was now reduced to England, parts of Ireland and Wales, and some scattered territories in southwestern France. John was determined to reconquer Normandy and his other lost territories, but military campaigns required enormous amounts of money to hire soldiers, to purchase supplies, to build siege engines, to bribe potential allies. Medieval warfare was extraordinarily expensive, and John's treasury was perpetually empty. His father Henry II and his brother Richard had left him with enormous debts, and his own military failures had only increased the financial burden. So John searched desperately for new sources of revenue. He raised taxes on the nobility, imposing scutages and other feudal dues at unprecedented rates. He manipulated the justice system to extract fines and fees, using his courts as money-making enterprises. He exploited his feudal rights over marriage and inheritance, charging enormous sums for permission to marry or to inherit estates. He squeezed money from the Jews, who were considered royal property and who could be taxed at will. And inevitably, he turned his attention to the church. The medieval church was enormously wealthy. It controlled perhaps 1/4 of all the land in England, owned vast estates, collected tithes from agricultural production, received donations and bequests from the faithful. The clergy lived well, particularly the bishops and abbots who controlled major sees and monasteries. From John's perspective, This wealth was an untapped resource that could help fund his wars. From the church's perspective, its wealth was dedicated to religious purposes and should not be diverted to secular uses. In 1207, John made the decision to impose a tax on the clergy. The exact rate of the tax is disputed in different sources, but it was substantial, perhaps 1/13 of the value of all movable property, perhaps even more in some cases. This was an extraordinary levy, far exceeding anything that had been demanded before. John argued that the tax was necessary for the defense of the realm, that the church should contribute to protecting England from foreign invasion, that the clergy had a patriotic duty to support their king. But the clergy objected strenuously to this tax demand. They argued that church property belonged to God, not to the king, and could not be taxed without papal approval. They pointed out that the clergy already contributed to the defense of the realm through their prayers, through their spiritual support, through the services they provided to society. They claimed that John's real purpose was not defense but reconquest. He wanted to use church wealth to fund an aggressive war to recover territories he had lost through his own incompetence. When John first announced the tax, there was grumbling and resistance throughout the English church. Some clergy paid under protest, not wanting to provoke royal anger. Others tried to negotiate, offering to pay a smaller amount, but a significant number refused to pay at all, arguing that the tax was unjust and unlawful. And at the center of this resistance, leading the opposition to John's demands, stood Geoffrey, Archbishop of York. We don't know exactly when or how Geoffrey decided to lead the resistance to John's tax. Perhaps he was motivated by genuine principle, by a sincere belief that the king had no right to tax the church without papal consent. Perhaps he was motivated by personal animosity toward John, by years of accumulated grievances and conflicts. Perhaps he saw an opportunity to strike back at a king who had repeatedly tried to diminish and humiliate him. Most likely, it was a combination of all these factors, principle and personality mixing together to produce a decision that would change Geoffrey's life forever. Geoffrey stood before his fellow clergy in the Archdiocese of York and declared that he would not pay John's tax. More than that, he encouraged others to resist as well. He argued that the tax was illegal, that it violated the rights and liberties of the church, that clergy who paid it were betraying their sacred trust. And then Geoffrey took the most dramatic step of all. He announced that he would excommunicate anyone who attempted to collect the tax within his archdiocese. This was ecclesiastical warfare at its most extreme. Excommunication was the church's ultimate spiritual weapon, cutting someone off from the sacraments, declaring them outside the community of the faithful, condemning them to spiritual death unless they repented and were reconciled. To excommunicate royal tax collectors was to make it functionally impossible for the king to collect his tax in northern England. No Christian official would willingly carry out a task that would result in excommunication. The spiritual consequences were too severe, the risk to one's immortal soul too great. Geoffrey's action was a direct challenge to John's authority, a defiant assertion that the church's spiritual power trumped the king's secular commands. It was the kind of bold, uncompromising stand that Geoffrey had made throughout his career, the kind of confrontation that he seemed almost to court. But this time, he had gone too far. This time, he was not just quarrelling with cathedral canons or arguing with suffragan bishops. He was openly defying the King of England on a matter of vital royal interest. John's response was swift, predictable, and devastating. The king, who had inherited a full measure of the famous Angevin temper and who had his own particular talent for vindictive cruelty, flew into a rage when he learned of Geoffrey's excommunications. John immediately ordered that all of Geoffrey's estates be confiscated. Every manor, every farm, every source of income that Geoffrey controlled was seized by the crown. Royal officials swept through Yorkshire, taking control of archiepiscopal properties, evicting Geoffrey's administrators, redirecting revenues to the royal treasury. This was not just a temporary confiscation like the previous ones. This was meant to be permanent. John was not trying to pressure Geoffrey into compliance. He was trying to destroy him, to strip him of everything, to make it impossible for him to continue as Archbishop. Geoffrey was left with nothing except his title and his principles. He could not pay his household staff, could not maintain his administrative operations, could not function as a prelate. Geoffrey appealed to Pope Innocent III, as he had done before. He sent desperate letters to Rome, explaining what had happened, asking for papal intervention, begging the Pope to order John to restore his estates. Innocent, true to form, did exactly that. The Pope issued a stern letter to John, commanding him to return Geoffrey's possessions, reminding the king that church property was sacred and could not be seized by secular rulers, threatening vague spiritual penalties if John did not comply. But this time, John simply ignored the papal command. He had more pressing concerns than the Pope's opinion. He was preparing for military campaigns in France, trying to assemble the resources and allies he would need to reconquer his lost territories. He had no time for troublesome archbishops or papal lectures about church rights. If Innocent wanted to excommunicate him or place England under interdict, let him. John would deal with those consequences when and if they came. For Geoffrey, John's defiance of the papal order was catastrophic. He had played his strongest card, papal support, and it hadn't worked. John had called his bluff and had simply ignored both Geoffrey and the Pope. Geoffrey had no more moves to make, no more strategies to attempt. He could not remain in York without the revenues of his archdiocese. He had no way to support himself, no way to function. He could not back down and reverse his excommunications without completely destroying his credibility and authority. He was trapped, checkmated by a ruthless king who cared nothing for papal commands or ecclesiastical rights. Geoffrey made the painful decision to go into exile. It must have been agonizing to reach this conclusion, to realize that he would have to abandon his archdiocese, leave England, flee to the continent as a refugee. He was about 55 years old, an age when most medieval men, if they lived that long, were looking forward to their declining years in comfort and security. Instead, Geoffrey faced the prospect of exile, of living as a dependent on others' charity, of never returning to the land of his birth. Before he departed, Geoffrey issued one final act of defiance. He formally and publicly excommunicated anyone who continued to collect John's tax within the Archdiocese of York. It was his parting shot, his way of ensuring that even in exile, he would make John's life difficult. The excommunications would stand until Geoffrey or his successor revoked them, creating ongoing complications for the king's administration in northern England. Then Geoffrey left. He crossed the Channel to Normandy, which was now under French control, but which still harboured many people with English connections. He would never see England again. He would never return to York Minster, the cathedral where he had been enthroned just 16 years earlier with such high hopes. He would never again ride through the streets of York at the head of his household, his archiepiscopal cross carried before him. He would spend the last 5 years of his life far from home, far from the archdiocese he had fought so hard to govern, separated from the people he was supposed to serve. Geoffrey chose to settle at the priory of Saint-Michel at Grandmont, near Rouen in Normandy. It was a fitting choice for several reasons. Grandmont had been a favourite monastery of his father, Henry II, who had visited there and endowed it generously. The Order of Grandmont was known for its strict observance, its dedication to poverty and prayer, its rejection of worldly concerns. Perhaps Geoffrey, in his exile, was drawn to the same spiritual refuge that his father had favoured. Or perhaps he simply needed a place to stay, and Grandmont offered hospitality to a deposed archbishop who had nowhere else to go. The Order of Grandmont had been founded in the 12th century by Stephen of Thiers, who established a hermitage in the forest of Muret in central France. Stephen preached a message of radical simplicity and poverty, rejecting the wealth and political involvement that characterized many medieval monasteries. After his death, his followers established a network of priories throughout France, including the priory near Rouen, where Geoffrey would spend his final years. Grandmontine houses were typically small, poor, and dedicated to contemplation and manual labour. They eschewed the grand architecture and elaborate ceremonies of wealthier monasteries, preferring simple chapels and humble buildings. It's somewhat ironic that Geoffrey, who had spent his entire career accumulating wealth and power, fighting to defend his rights and revenues, quarrelling endlessly with anyone who challenged his authority, should end his days in a monastery dedicated to poverty and humility. Did Geoffrey find any spiritual consolation at Grandmont? Did he use his years of exile to reflect on his life, to perhaps reconsider some of his choices and actions? Or did he remain until the end, the same stubborn, uncompromising man he had always been? Contemporary sources suggest the latter. A medieval chronicler describes Geoffrey during his exile as living embittered and uncompromising, suggesting that he never made peace with his circumstances, never accepted his fate gracefully. He remained convinced that he had been right to resist John's tax, right to defend the church's liberties, right in all his actions. He had not changed, had not learned, had not grown more mellow or forgiving with age. He was Geoffrey still, quarrelsome, difficult, certain of his own righteousness. At Grandmont, Geoffrey would have lived according to the house's daily routine. The monastic day was structured around the divine office, the 8 daily prayer services that punctuated the hours from midnight to evening. The monks and their guests would rise for matins in the middle of the night, chanting psalms and prayers in the darkness, then back to bed until dawn, when lauds were celebrated. Prime, terce, sext, and none marked the hours of the day. Vespers was sung as evening fell, and Compline concluded the day's prayers just before bed. Between the prayer services, the monks worked, in the fields, in workshops, copying manuscripts, maintaining the buildings, preparing food. Grandmontine houses were largely self-sufficient, producing most of what they needed rather than relying on rents from tenant farmers like wealthier monasteries did. The food was simple: bread, vegetables, perhaps some fish, wine diluted with water. Meat was rare or forbidden entirely. The beds were hard, the buildings were cold in winter, the regime was austere. Geoffrey, as a guest rather than a full member of the community, would probably not have been required to participate in all the manual labour, but he would have been expected to attend the prayer services, to live quietly and soberly, to respect the house's rules and customs. For a man accustomed to living as a prince bishop, with a large household and comfortable quarters, with fine food and good wine, with servants attending to his needs, this must have been quite an adjustment. We don't know much about Geoffrey's activities during his exile. Did he maintain correspondence with supporters in England? Did he continue to try to influence affairs in his archdiocese from afar? Did he write letters, keep a diary, reflect on his experiences? Or did he simply exist day after day in the quiet monotony of monastic routine, waiting for something to change, hoping that somehow he might be restored to his position? One thing we know is that Geoffrey never revoked his excommunications of John's tax collectors. This means that throughout his exile, northern England remained under these spiritual penalties. Royal officials trying to collect taxes in Yorkshire risked excommunication if they proceeded. This would have created ongoing administrative headaches for John's government, forcing them to find creative workarounds or to simply tolerate the situation. Geoffrey, even in exile, even stripped of his estates and separated from his archdiocese, continued to cause trouble for the king. The years of Geoffrey's exile, 1207 to 1212, were tumultuous ones for England and for the Church. In 1208, Pope Innocent III placed all of England under interdict because of John's refusal to accept Stephen Langton as Archbishop of Canterbury. An interdict was a collective punishment, suspending most church services throughout an entire territory. Under the interdict, church bells could not be rung except to toll for the dead. Mass could not be celebrated publicly. Baptisms and marriages could be performed only in simplified forms. The dying could receive last rites, but the dead could not be buried in consecrated ground. England existed under this spiritual quarantine for 6 years, a drastic demonstration of papal power and of the depth of the conflict between John and Innocent. In 1209, John himself was excommunicated. The King of England was cut off from the sacraments, declared outside the Church's grace, condemned as a sinner and rebel against papal authority. This was an extraordinary escalation of the conflict, and it created enormous problems for John. Excommunication was not just a spiritual penalty, it had political implications. Excommunicated rulers could theoretically be deposed by their subjects. Their oaths of fealty were considered void. Their kingdoms could be offered to other claimants. Innocent even issued a decree allowing Philip Augustus of France to invade England and depose John, essentially authorizing a crusade against the English king. John managed to survive these spiritual penalties through a combination of stubbornness, political maneuvering, and luck. He intimidated or bribed enough clergy to keep basic government functions running despite the interdict. He confiscated church properties to fund his wars, treating the interdict as an opportunity to loot the church rather than as a punishment to be feared. He suppressed any signs of rebellion among his barons, using his network of castles and mercenaries to maintain control. And he kept Philip Augustus too occupied with other concerns to launch a serious invasion. But Geoffrey, watching from exile, saw his kingdom in spiritual crisis, saw his half-brother ruling as an excommunicate tyrant, saw the church suffering under royal oppression. Did he feel vindicated? Did he feel that his resistance to John's taxation had been prophetic, a warning of the disaster that would come from royal abuses of church rights? Or did he feel despair, seeing that his stand had accomplished nothing, that John had simply become more oppressive rather than backing down? We cannot know Geoffrey's thoughts during these years. The historical record is silent on his activities and his state of mind. He lived at Grandmont, presumably attended the monastic offices, ate simple food, wore plain clothes, watched the seasons change. Spring came with its promise of renewal. Summer brought warmth and longer days. Autumn arrived with its harvest and its lengthening shadows. Winter descended cold and dark. And through all these cycles, Geoffrey remained in exile, growing older, his health gradually declining. Medieval life expectancy was short by modern standards. A man who survived childhood might live to his 50s or 60s, but few people lived much beyond that. Geoffrey was born around 1152, making him about 60 years old by 1212. This was ancient by medieval standards. He had outlived most of his contemporaries. His half-brother Richard had died at 41. Many of the nobles and churchmen he had known in his youth were long dead. Even his youngest half-brother John, still living and reigning as king, was only about 45 years old in 1212, much younger than Geoffrey. At some point in 1212, Geoffrey's health began to fail seriously. We don't know the nature of his final illness. Medieval sources rarely provide detailed medical information, and even if they did, we would have difficulty translating medieval descriptions of symptoms into modern diagnostic categories. Perhaps Geoffrey suffered from a chronic condition that had been worsening for years: heart disease, kidney failure, some form of cancer. Perhaps he contracted an acute illness, pneumonia, influenza, some infection that his aging body could not fight off. Perhaps he simply wore out, his body giving up after 60 years of hard use. As Geoffrey lay dying at Grandmont, did he think about his life, about the choices he had made, about the things he had accomplished and the things he had failed to do? Did he think about his father, Henry II, who had loved him and trusted him, who had been dead for more than 20 years? Did he think about the Battle of Alnwick, that moment of glory when he was young and strong and victorious? Did he think about York, the cathedral city he would never see again? Did he think about the conflicts and quarrels that had consumed so much of his energy, and wonder if they had been worth it? Did he have regrets? Did he wish he had been more diplomatic, more willing to compromise, more able to work with others? Did he wish he had found some way to avoid the final confrontation with John, some path that would have allowed him to remain in England? Or did he die believing he had stayed true to his principles, that he had fought the good fight even if he had lost, that his stand against tyranny and injustice had been righteous even if it had cost him everything? We have no record of Geoffrey's final words, no deathbed scene preserved by chroniclers. Unlike his father Henry II, whose last days were meticulously documented, Geoffrey died in relative obscurity. He was an exile, a deposed archbishop, a man who had been stripped of his power and separated from his people. There were no crowds of courtiers and officials at his bedside, no great nobles waiting to hear his final wishes, no chroniclers recording his last moments for posterity. Perhaps a few monks from Grandmont were with him. Perhaps they prayed over him, administered the last rites, eased his passage from this world to the next. Perhaps they sang the prayers for the dying, commending his soul to God's mercy, asking that his sins be forgiven and that he find peace in the life to come. Medieval Christianity taught that death was not an end, but a transition, a passage from the temporary world of flesh to the eternal world of spirit. For a faithful Christian, death could be seen as a release, a return to God, a moment when all earthly suffering and struggle finally ceased. On December 12, 1212, Geoffrey, Archbishop of York, died at Grandmont. He was about 60 years old, having lived longer than most of his contemporaries, but not long enough to see any resolution to the conflicts that had driven him into exile. He died unreconciled with King John, his estate still confiscated, his dispute with the crown unresolved. He died before the interdict on England was lifted, before John made his peace with Pope Innocent III, before Magna Carta was signed, and the principles of limiting royal power that Geoffrey's resistance had helped inspire came to fruition. Geoffrey was buried in the monastic church at Grandmont, far from England, far from York, far from the places where he had lived most of his life. The monks would have prepared his body according to the customs of the time, washing it, dressing it in archiepiscopal vestments, laying it out in the church for a brief period so that the community could pay their respects. Then they would have carried it to the burial ground and interred it, probably in a simple grave marked with a stone bearing his name and dates. Geoffrey's tomb survived at Grandmont for more than 5 centuries. In 1767, an antiquarian visited the site and recorded the inscription on the tomb, preserving for posterity at least some record of where Geoffrey lay. But the tomb did not survive the French Revolution. During that tumultuous period in the late 18th century, when revolutionaries were destroying churches and monasteries, breaking religious statues and desecrating tombs, Geoffrey's grave was obliterated. The stone was broken or removed, the inscription lost, the very location of the burial forgotten. Today, we cannot say with certainty where Geoffrey's bones lie. They are somewhere at or near the site of the former Grandmont Priory, but the exact location is unknown. News of Geoffrey's death would have travelled slowly back to England, carried by messengers across the Winter Channel. We do not know how King John reacted when he learned that his troublesome half-brother was gone. Perhaps he felt relief that this particular source of opposition was finally removed. Perhaps he felt some regret for how their relationship had deteriorated. Though given John's character, this seems unlikely. Perhaps he simply shrugged and moved on to other concerns. He had a kingdom to govern, wars to wage, enemies to fight. The death of an exiled archbishop was just one more event in a tumultuous reign. The Archbishopric of York remained vacant for 3 years after Geoffrey's death. This was not unusual. John often kept bishoprics vacant for extended periods so he could seize their revenues for the crown. Finally, in 1215, the York Cathedral chapter elected a new archbishop, Walter de Grey, who had served as Chancellor of England under King John. Walter's appointment required papal intervention to resolve disputes about the election, but he would eventually be confirmed and would serve as Archbishop of York for 40 years, from 1215 to 1255. Under Walter's long and relatively peaceable leadership, York Minster would be rebuilt in the new Gothic style, beginning the construction project that would eventually produce the magnificent cathedral that stands today. As we drift towards sleep tonight, having followed Geoffrey's life from his birth around 1152 to his death in 1212, what can we say about this complicated, contradictory man? What lessons can we draw from his 60 years of struggle and conflict? What should we remember about Geoffrey, Archbishop of York, the bastard son, who proved more loyal than any legitimate heir? Geoffrey was certainly no saint. The medieval church never attempted to canonize him, and his constant quarrels and political conflicts would have made such a proposal absurd. Yet neither was he the villain that some hostile chroniclers like Walter Map painted him as. Map's cruel assessment, full of faults and devoid of character, tells us more about Map's prejudices than about Geoffrey's true nature. A more balanced view acknowledges both Geoffrey's significant flaws and his genuine qualities, both his failures and his achievements. Geoffrey's great virtue, the quality that defined him above all others, was loyalty. When the young king, Richard, and Geoffrey, Duke of Brittany, all rebelled against their father in 1173, when Eleanor herself turned against Henry II, when barons and kings united against the old monarch, illegitimate Geoffrey remained faithful. He fought for Henry, led armies for him, stood by him in his darkest hours. That loyalty was genuine and consistent, earning him his father's affection and trust. Henry's deathbed declaration, "You alone have proved yourself my lawful and true son," was not mere sentiment, but a recognition of demonstrated devotion. Geoffrey was also undeniably capable. He proved himself as a military commander at the young age of 21 or 22, leading the campaign in northern England that resulted in the capture of William the Lion. He served effectively as Chancellor of England. He managed the complex administrative and financial affairs of major ecclesiastical offices for decades. He was not incompetent or foolish. His problems stemmed not from lack of ability, but from his temperament, his fiery anger, his stubborn pride, his inability to compromise or back down from a fight, his conflicts with the York Cathedral chapter, with his suffragan bishops, with Canterbury, with Kings Richard and John, all followed a similar pattern. Geoffrey would assert his authority, his opponents would resist, and rather than finding some diplomatic middle ground, Geoffrey would escalate the conflict. He seems to have genuinely believed that he was always in the right, that his position and his rights should be respected absolutely, and he was willing to fight endlessly rather than concede even minor points. This made him a difficult colleague and a challenging subordinate, but it also made him a man of principle who would not be pushed around. His final stand against King John's taxation, whatever mix of principle and personality motivated it, was genuinely courageous. Geoffrey knew that refusing to pay would result in the loss of all his possessions. He knew he would be forced into exile. He knew he might never return to England. But he made that choice anyway, believing that the king's demands were unjust and that someone needed to resist. In an age when royal power was growing increasingly absolute, when kings often treated the church as simply another source of revenue, Geoffrey's resistance mattered. At least one medieval chronicler, Geoffrey of Coldingham, wrote that the English church considered Geoffrey a martyr for his stand against King John. This assessment reflected a widespread belief that Geoffrey had been persecuted for defending the church's rights and liberties. In an age when conflicts between church and state were common, when questions about the proper relationship between spiritual and temporal authority were constantly debated, Geoffrey's resistance to John could be seen as principled and heroic. He had stood up to royal tyranny, had refused to compromise his beliefs even at great personal cost, had chosen exile rather than submission. Yet we might also wonder how much of Geoffrey's stance was about principle and how much was about personality. This was, after all, the same man who had spent his entire archiepiscopate quarrelling with almost everyone he encountered. He had fought with his cathedral chapter, with his suffragan bishops, with other archbishops, with royal officials, with religious houses, with both of his half-brothers who became king. Was his resistance to John's tax primarily about defending church rights, or was it simply another manifestation of his inability to work cooperatively with anyone? Perhaps both factors played a role. Geoffrey may genuinely have believed that John's tax was unjust, while his quarrelsome nature ensured that he would resist it in the most uncompromising way possible. Geoffrey's illegitimacy shaped his entire life in ways both obvious and subtle. He could never escape the circumstances of his birth, never overcome the stigma of being a bastard in a society that prized legitimate descent above almost everything else. The papal dispensation that allowed him to hold church office did not change how people viewed him. He was always Henry's bastard, never simply Henry's son. This must have created a deep well of resentment and insecurity. He had to prove himself constantly, had to demonstrate that he was as good as, better than, his legitimate half-brothers. His aggressive assertion of his rights, his refusal to back down from any challenge to his authority, may have stemmed in part from this psychological need to prove his worth. At the same time, his illegitimacy gave him certain freedoms that his legitimate brothers never enjoyed. He was not trapped by the expectations of royal succession. He was not caught up in the deadly game of inheritance that eventually killed or ruined all of Henry II's legitimate sons. The young king died young, frustrated and in debt, having rebelled twice against his father. Richard was killed by a crossbow bolt while besieging an insignificant castle in France. Geoffrey, Duke of Brittany, was trampled by horses at a tournament. John lost most of his kingdom and died hated by his own barons. Only illegitimate Geoffrey lived to old age, and only he had the freedom to choose exile over submission. His position outside the direct line of succession meant he could afford to defy a king in a way that legitimate princes could not. Geoffrey's life also illuminates the complex relationship between church and state in medieval England. He held high ecclesiastical office, but was thoroughly enmeshed in secular politics. He commanded armies, served as chancellor, bought the position of Sheriff of Yorkshire. He was ordained as a priest, but showed little interest in the spiritual aspects of his office. He was a bishop who excommunicated freely, but rarely seems to have preached or performed pastoral care. This mixture of sacred and secular, this blurring of the boundaries between religious and political authority, was characteristic of the medieval period. The idea that church and state should be clearly separated, that bishops should focus on spiritual matters and leave politics to politicians, would have been incomprehensible to Geoffrey and his contemporaries. The dramatic events of his life, the Battle of Alnwick, the Dover incident, the final confrontation with John, have a cinematic quality that makes them memorable centuries later. We can picture the young Geoffrey leading his forces through the fog at Alnwick, William the Lion's horse falling beneath him, the moment of triumph as the Scottish king was taken captive. We can imagine Geoffrey being dragged from sanctuary at Dover, the violation of church law, the public outcry that followed. We can see him standing before his fellow clergy, excommunicating the tax collectors, choosing principle over safety. These moments of high drama punctuate a life that might otherwise seem like an endless series of administrative disputes and ecclesiastical quarrels. But perhaps what is most poignant about Geoffrey's story is the ending. Dying in exile, far from home, having spent the last 5 years of his life separated from the archdiocese he had fought so hard to control. He died unreconciled with King John, his estate still confiscated, his conflict with the crown unresolved. He died before Magna Carta was signed, before the ideas about limiting royal power that his resistance had helped inspire came to fruition. He died believing, perhaps, that he had lost everything. He could not know that history would remember him, that his stand against unjust taxation would be seen as part of the broader struggle for church liberties and baronial rights that shaped English constitutional development. Geoffrey's tomb at Grandmont, which survived for more than 5 centuries, is gone now, destroyed during the upheavals of the French Revolution. York Minster, where he was enthroned as Archbishop, still stands, one of the most magnificent Gothic cathedrals in all of Europe. The cathedral he knew was different. Medieval stained glass has been replaced. Additions have been made. The building has evolved over the centuries. But when visitors walk through York Minster today, they walk through spaces that Geoffrey once occupied, under roofs that covered him as he argued with his cathedral chapter, past walls that echoed with his angry words as he excommunicated his enemies. The city of York itself retains its medieval character in many ways. The ancient walls still encircle the old town. The narrow streets wind between buildings that date back centuries. The River Ouse still flows through the heart of the city as it did in Geoffrey's time. If we could somehow step back into the York of the 1190s, when Geoffrey was newly enthroned as Archbishop, we would find a bustling medieval city, smaller and dirtier than the modern city, but recognizably the same place. We would hear church bells ringing throughout the day, calling the faithful to prayer. We would see merchants selling goods in the market, craftsmen working in their shops, clerics hurrying through the streets on church business. And we might catch a glimpse of Archbishop Geoffrey himself, riding through the city with his household, his archiepiscopal cross carried before him, his expression severe, his mind already focused on his next quarrel. The medieval world that Geoffrey inhabited was very different from our own. It was a world where legitimacy and family lineage determined almost everything, where the church wielded enormous political power, where kings ruled by divine right, but were constantly challenged by ambitious nobles and independent-minded churchmen. It was a world without modern medicine, where a simple infection could kill, where women died in childbirth with frightening regularity, where even kings could be struck down by dysentery or a crossbow bolt. It was a world of profound religious faith. where excommunication was a terrifying punishment, where sanctuary in a church was supposed to be inviolable, where people genuinely believed that God took sides in earthly conflicts. Geoffrey's story is deeply rooted in that medieval world, shaped by its values and assumptions. Yet certain aspects of his character and his struggles feel surprisingly modern and timeless. The illegitimate child trying to prove himself in a world that judges him by his birth. The capable but difficult personality who cannot get along with colleagues. The principled stand against authority, even at great personal cost. The exile dying far from home, clinging to his beliefs even in defeat. These are human experiences that transcend any particular time or place. In the end, what should we make of Geoffrey, Archbishop of York? He was neither hero nor villain, neither saint nor monster, but a complicated human being who lived through an extraordinary time. He was shaped by the accident of his birth, by his father's ambitions, by the violent politics of the Plantagenet court. He made choices, some wise, many foolish, and he lived with the consequences of those choices. He fought for what he believed in, even when his beliefs put him at odds with almost everyone around him. He remained loyal to those he loved, even when that loyalty brought him no advantage. He stood his ground, even when the ground was crumbling beneath his feet. History has been neither particularly kind nor particularly harsh to Geoffrey. He is remembered, but not widely. Scholars of the Plantagenet period know his name, include him in their accounts of late 12th century politics, but he lacks the fame of his half-brothers Richard the Lionheart and King John, lacks the tragic grandeur of his father Henry II and his stepmother Eleanor of Aquitaine. He is a supporting character in other people's stories. The illegitimate son who stood by his father's deathbed, the archbishop who was dragged from sanctuary, the exile who defied King John. These roles, faithful son, violated churchman, principled resistor, define him in historical memory. But Geoffrey was more than these roles, more than the sum of his conflicts and quarrels. He was a real person who lived a full life, who experienced joy and sorrow, triumph and defeat, love and hatred. He commanded armies in his youth, feeling the rush of combat and the satisfaction of victory. He sat in his father's councils, participating in decisions that shaped a kingdom. He celebrated Mass in great cathedrals, performed the ancient rituals of the Christian Church. He struggled with ambition and pride, grappled with questions of duty and principle. He knew friendship and enmity, felt the warmth of his father's approval and the cold isolation of exile. When Geoffrey closed his eyes for the last time in December of 1212, what thoughts occupied his final moments? Did he think of his father, remembering Henry's deathbed declaration of love and trust? Did he think of the battle at Alnwick, that moment of glory when he was young and strong and victorious? Did he think of York, the cathedral city he would never see again? Did he regret the choices he had made, the quarrels he had started, the compromises he had refused? Or did he die believing he had stayed true to his principles, that he had fought the good fight even if he had lost? We cannot know. The inner life of a medieval person is largely inaccessible to us across the centuries. We have the external facts, the dates, the titles, the battles and appointments and conflicts. We have the judgments of chroniclers, though we must always remember their biases. We have the records of what Geoffrey did, but we rarely have any direct insight into what he thought or felt. Like most historical figures, especially those from the medieval period, Geoffrey must remain partly mysterious to us, partly unknowable. And yet, as you drift towards sleep tonight, dear listener, as you consider the arc of his life from illegitimate birth to exile death, perhaps you can feel some connection across the centuries to this complicated, difficult, loyal, quarrelsome man. Perhaps you can understand, even if you cannot fully know, what it meant to be Geoffrey, Archbishop of York, to live in the shadow of legitimacy, yet refuse to be defined entirely by that shadow, to be a king's son, but never a king, to wield great power, but always be subject to others' authority, to stand on principle even when that stand costs everything. The medieval world of Geoffrey, Archbishop of York, is long gone now. The Plantagenet dynasty eventually fell, replaced by other royal houses. The political conflicts that seemed so important in 1200 have faded into historical curiosities. The Church no longer holds the kind of temporal power it wielded in Geoffrey's day. York Minster still stands, still serves as a cathedral, but the world around it has changed beyond anything Geoffrey could have imagined. 8 centuries separate us from his life, 8 centuries of war and peace, of social change and technological revolution, of the slow transformation of medieval Christendom into the modern world. But human nature changes more slowly than institutions or technology. The fundamental experiences that shaped Geoffrey's life, the desire for recognition, the struggle for respect, the tension between principle and pragmatism, the complex web of family relationships, the choices between loyalty and self-interest, these remain recognizable to us. In Geoffrey's story, we see something of ourselves, something of the eternal human drama played out in a very different setting. So as you drift into sleep, let your mind wander through the medieval world Geoffrey inhabited. Picture the castles and cathedrals, the narrow streets and vast countryside, the pageantry of royal courts and the quiet of monastic cloisters. Imagine the sound of church bells echoing across the rooftops of York, the creak of leather armour as soldiers prepared for battle, the whisper of prayers in dimly lit chapels. Think of a young man riding north to face an invading Scottish army, of a middle-aged archbishop being dragged from sanctuary, of an old man dying in exile, far from home but unbowed in spirit. Geoffrey's story, like all historical stories, reminds us that the past was populated by real people, as complex and contradictory as we are, facing their own challenges, making their own choices, living their lives as fully as they could within the constraints of their time and place. His story reminds us that being illegitimate or disadvantaged does not prevent a person from living a significant life, from making an impact, from being remembered. His story reminds us that loyalty matters, that principles matter, that courage matters, even when loyalty is not rewarded, even when principles lead to exile, even when courage ends in defeat. And perhaps, as sleep finally claims you, you might spare a thought for that tomb at Grandmont that stood for 500 years before being destroyed, for the man who lay within it, for all that he tried to do and all that he failed to achieve. Geoffrey, later known as Geoffrey, Archbishop of York, illegitimate son of Henry II, loyal son to the last, captured a king but could not capture peace, stood his ground but died far from home, quarrelled with everyone but never surrendered his dignity. He lived, he struggled, he was, and in the end, perhaps that is enough. May your dreams be peaceful tonight, dear listener. May you rest well, untroubled by the conflicts and quarrels that filled Geoffrey's life, and may you wake refreshed, ready to face your own challenges with something of Geoffrey's stubborn courage, his unwavering loyalty to those he loved, his refusal to be diminished by the circumstances of his birth or the judgments of others. Sleep well, dear friend. Close your eyes now, and let the gentle echoes of the 12th century carry you softly toward rest. Geoffrey's story is told. His struggles are ended. His battles are over. He rests now at Grandmont, or wherever his bones lie, at peace at last after 60 years of conflict and strife. And we, who have walked with him through his long and troubled life, can rest as well, knowing that his story has been told, that his memory has been honoured, that he has not been forgotten across the long centuries. Good night, dear sleepy listener. Good night, and may your dreams be gentle and your rest be deep. Geoffrey, Archbishop of York, the bastard who became a prince of the church, bids you farewell across 800 years. His voice is silent now, his quarrels are stilled, his ambitions are dust, but his story remains, a testament to the complicated nature of human character, a reminder that history is made not just by the great and the good, but also by the difficult and the flawed, by those who fought for what they believed in even when they were wrong, by those who remained loyal even when loyalty brought them nothing but sorrow. Sleep now. Rest. Dream of misty mornings at Alnwick, of great cathedrals and stone castles, of a world long vanished but not entirely gone. And when you wake, remember Geoffrey, not as a hero, not as a villain, but as a man who lived and struggled and died, who was as human as we are, who faced his own challenges with courage and stubbornness and faith. Remember him, and perhaps, in remembering, find something to carry forward into your own life. Good night, sleep well, and farewell to Geoffrey, Archbishop of York, whose long and troubled journey has finally brought him home to rest.